score test.
Let's have a look. Yeah, you test the yellows. Test the yellows for sure. I am green. I am green. Oh, hang on, you've just unplugged me. There we go. I'm in. Josh, that sounds lovely. Thank you very much. I can't hear you.
I can hear you. Hello. 1, 2, 3. Hello. Can you hear yourself? Not really. Very faint. Yes.
All right. Josh is just trying to figure out what's going on here. All right. Hang on. I think so. It might be quite faint.
It's clear with you, but faint with me.
Yeah. I think it might be quite faint with George. But we're getting there. That's the main thing.
1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Testing 1,
There
2,
we
3. That's the one we
go.
want.
Come on. All right.
Look, he does it.
This is the best thing about buying a new notebook as well, Josh. You can write the teams on one and just rip them out. I said
What, beg your pardon?
maybe shadow the first game, so it means you won't be in first game, but tell me how you feel at the end of it, and then we can get you involved.
Yeah,
What do you think? Yeah?
Yeah. Sorry? I've done football, not futsal.
Giveaway, di mana akan dipilih 15 pemenang. Masing-masing pemenang akan mendapatkan 1 jersey original dari Moreland Futsal Club.
Alright.
Syaratnya sangat gampang, langsung saja follow akun Instagram ini dan akan dipilih selama 5 hari ke depan. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Let's go.
All ready? Oh, good, Peter. Let's get amongst it. Here with my million notes, as it is every Friday. And one thing as well, for whenever we go live, always look for him, because he will count you down. And then we
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player, because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally, futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is total.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Darabin for the final week of Series Futsal. Before a short break, what more drama can this venue deliver and this league deliver? Well, the transfer market is open, so teams can dip their feet in, and none have made quite the splash like the Tigers. 4 new acquisitions out there on court, one starting already in Aaron Yu as they take on a Melbourne Aku side in desperate need of a win to snap a pretty rotten recent run of form. Having such a bright start since promotion to this division, it has been a rough few weeks. As Rogan finds Wild Jareen from an early corner, I'm Ethan Rigg, here to take you through all of it this evening. There will be a bit of feeling in this one, as news in the week is that Christian Peluso is one of the new Tigers, and he may come out on court against his former side tonight, merely days after making the move to the boys from Fitzroy. As Fernandez looked to find Francis Marr, came to no avail, and Aaron Yu may very well have his first touch in Fitzroy colours. He starts in between the sticks. Harry Robotis and Scott Rogan, as well as Saka Wild Jareen and Sebastian Wickett out on court, as Rogan is face-to-face with Francis Marr. Leong tried to come across and cover. He found Robotis wide. They work it nicely to Wickett. Robotis had a roll. It was blocked nicely by Irwin. Fernandez looking to flick for Marr over the top. Rogan read it best, and Aaron Yu can gather. For Aku, Tasmaliaros in goal. Irwin, Leong, Fernandez and Francis Marr. Strong starting lineup as well. Jareen is face-to-face with Leong. Fresh off a starring performance last week. And just to go through those new Fitzroy signings, because my word, this is a statement of intent to salvage their season if you have ever seen one. So often the champions and top of the table, nearest the summit of this division as Wickett has a go, they find themselves in uncharted territory, it being the foothills of Series Futsal's Everest, and they are looking to climb right back to the top. It is Moreland who have set the early pace. They have the bye tonight, so it's a chance for the chasing pack to finally gain some ground as we have a pause in play for a little bit of goal movement. It's been a fast start from Fitzroy, who are in need of a response, certainly after they were beaten by Pascoe Vale last week in a huge game. Big Cats Cup, a rivalry as old as ever. And it's the first win for Pascoe Vale against Fitzroy in what would have been an eternity for them. And it sees them in fourth. Currently 12 points off the top of the tree. A lot of questions how these new signings would be deployed, how they would look to impact this side immediately. As Irwin nearly sold Leong short, and Robotis was onto that straight away. And you see this high press that they've pushed onto Aku early. They are not going to give them a breath. Only Yu is starting out of the new acquisitions. 3 from the bench, all eager to make an impact and eager to add their own chapter to this storied club. As Wickett tried to find Robotis, nothing doing, and Melbourne Aku will finally have their opportunity to advance up court, albeit taking the ball in from the side. Some might say they were unlucky last week, beaten by Hume, a couple of Black Army belters from Chichek and Wang Sama as he bid farewell to Series Futsal. It has them in desperate need of a win, as those they lost to last week are right on their tail. As Harry Robotis was right on Irwin's tail. He made the cutout. Rogan tried to find him immediately. Irwin stuck a foot in this time. Fernandez dived in. Wickett read it well, but it deflected off him, and it is out for the keeper's ball. Irwin from Maliaros. Saka Wild Jareen read it best. Leong came away with it. Rogan got in the way to prevent any early Aaron Yu action. And Fernandez saunters over to the side. His short ball rolls it for Irwin, who flashed it across the face. Marr was arriving but couldn't apply a touch. And for the first time tonight, Fitzroy were opened up as Rogan finds Wickett. Fernandez immediately hot on his heels. Now Robotis. Lovely 1-2. Sebastian Wickett. Fernandez slid in well at the expense of a corner. Wickett caught that sweet. Unsure if it was heading goal bound, but it certainly was hit nicely. And he takes it for Wild Jareen. It's blocked, and Leong could have the chance to break, but Scott Rogan with a ruthless challenge prevents anything coming to fruition for Aku. Although this Fitzroy possession may favour them. It's Rogan for Aaron Yu, who's already advanced beyond half court. Tried to find Wickett, but could only find touch. Something we've seen Quite a lot from him this season. Firstly at Western United, but now his first foray forward in Fitzroy colours. Fernandez, Irwin, Marr. Irwin once more, that's a brilliant ball. Francis Marr is in. Aaron Yu makes his first big save and his second. Excellent goalkeeping to come off his line and close the angle down immediately as Marr looked to maraud forward and fire in Aku's opener, while Jareen may be looking to play an opposing punch at the other end. Rogan, Robotis, it's Rogan once more. Irwin did well to stick a foot in. Now can Aku break? Robotis trying to apply the rest. Connor Irwin, that's a super stop. You with some early action, and he's been equal to the task, but Melbourne Aku have a corner. Can tell there's a lot of feeling in every move that they make right now. Those in blue and white. Haven't seen Fitzroy in fluoro yellow yet this season. It's Irwin. From Fernandez's corner, Rogan immediately hustles him. And Aku will have to settle to take it in from the side. Fernandez does quickly. Irwin refines him. Rogan comes across. Leong stuck a leg out while Jareen closed the door. Robotis came away with it. Lovely ball for wow, Jareen! Flashed across the face. And Scott Rogan had gambled. Didn't go to the back stick to apply the finish. And Melbourne Aku survive yet another scare. As Josh Allen is out on court and immediately in the action trying to pick Fernandez's pocket. Cosi Russo had a go. And Maliaros is down brilliantly to make a smart stop. Josh Allen, of course, his first bit of action this season. Missed a long time through injury as Rogan looked to have a go. Fernandez got in the way of it. But Aku can't get out. And Fitzroy are slowly starting to turn the screw. Here is Allen. Now Russo. Rolls it for Rogan. That's a lovely ball to find Robotis. Trying to twist and turn his way through. Recovered for Allen. Russo looked to play him first time. Irwin's picked his pocket and skipped by two. Rolls it for Connie Leong, who went by Russo. And Melbourne Aku have the opener. Francis Marr, unmarked at the back stick, there to turn it in. And what a super goal on the break. Goal scorer for Melbourne Aku, number 26, Francis Marr. Sorely missed last week through suspension, back in the team and back on the score sheet with a brilliantly taken finish as Rogan looked to find Robotis and Fitzroy looked to find an equaliser. Melbourne Aku, as they so often do, have landed the first punch. This side notorious for their first and very quick starts, especially lightning on the break as Russo tried to find Robotis. Fernandez cut it out. He had a go, this time dragged it wide. But the threat remains there. Obviously a win tonight for Melbourne Aku would put them within 5 points of Fitzroy. It would be momentous as Rogan. Josh Allen. Now Cruz back with Scott Rogan, who rolls it for Russo. Allen's come across. Russo tried to refine Rogan. Too much on it, but it's the right idea. And Aku in no hurry to restart proceedings. Fernandez, it was a brilliant way to get that opening goal. Irwin skipped by two and carved Fitzroy open. Leong sent Russo and got his shot away. And Francis Marr was in the right place at the right time as Fernandez danced his way by Cruz. It is Marcus Fernandez. Brilliant save, you. And Rogan's there to clear. Aaron Yu with a strong stop. Yet more early action. Aku trying to work their way into a second. Irwin, Xavier Fernandez advanced for him. Now Marcus trying to clip one in back towards a Connor Irwin who'd advance, but they're happy to watch it out. Are those in Fitzroy fluoro. Cruz for Josh Allen. Cruz once more. Try to find Allen again. They weren't on the same wavelength. And Melbourne Aku have taken the ascendancy since that opening goal, and they are sensing some Fitzroy nerves. Potentially some teething Tiger issues. As Irwin couldn't get it beyond Rogan, who had Cruz advancing. He chose to slow it down. Fernandez applied the press. Allen did well to keep it alive. He went back for Aaron Yu. Noah Mar hot on the press. They do that wonderfully to find Cruz, who can't beat Fernandez. He might be able to go on a little foray himself. Tried to skip by 2 Fitzroy shirts. Rogan in the end came away with it, and him and Allen are happy just to apply a handbrake to proceedings. It's Cruz. Allen. Russo, who's had to drop deep to receive. Cruz did well. Rogan looked to clip Allen in down the channel. Irwin read the situation best and is happy to see it out of play. Nobody really had advanced for that ball. And this Fitzroy side, already rocked by the concession of the opening goal. It's Irwin for Fernandez. Irwin again. Noah Mar's gone wide. Xavier Fernandez did well. Marcus trying to turn his way past Russo, who was having none of it. He got it back from Josh Allen. It's Cozzy Russo. Noah Mar in the way to make a good block. Fitzroy need an equaliser. What can they work? Rogan. Now Allen. Face to face with Xavier Fernandez. He looks to drive down the line. Fernandez did brilliantly. Marcus Fernandez came away with it. Looked to play in Noah Mar. The ball just had too much on it. But by drawing themselves higher and playing that slower, possession-based build-up we've seen so often from them this season, Fitzroy, they're inviting Aku to do what they do best on the break as Rogan advances beyond half court. Has 2 to beat. Looks to skip by Fernandez. Rogan looked to have a go. It's flashed just wide of the far post, and also a Christian Peluso slide. What a first involvement that could have been for him against his former club. As Francis Mar finds Fernandez. As Aku survive a minor scare. Mar once more. Down the line for Xavier Fernandez. Noah Mar. 2 sets of brothers out on court. Mar's giveaway. Rogan has a look. That is a beautiful chip. Scott Rogan gets inventive, and it is a truly wonderful Fitzroy equaliser. Goal scorer for Fitzroy, number 7, Scott Rogan. It was the coolest and crispest of chips. He sat Maliaros down and lofted it with such a lovely certainty to it. Fitzroy get the equaliser they desperately sought. And they applied the early press to Melbourne Aku to put them back under pressure as Fernandez. Lovely ball to find Noah Mar. Rogan put a stop to it. Keeble tried to advance. Rogan's loft down the line, more of a clearance. Anywhere would do for him. It's Maliaros. Rolls for Fernandez. Keeble. That Fitzroy press ferocious as Mar's flick on only finds Aaron Yu. Russo. Had Cruz drifting in court. Now Peluso. Couple of early touches against his former side. Rogan looked to find him on the advance. Keeble got in the way. Cruz cleared it. Fernandez had a deflection and it will be handball. And although relatively unfortunately, it will be the game's first foul against Melbourne Aku. Not a lot Xavier Fernandez could have done. Unfortunate flick up off his thigh. Onto that wrist. Josh Allen and Fitzroy have a free kick. It is Allen who rolls it for Cozzy Russo. Lovely effort, just lofted over. Tiger protests, they want a corner, it's falling on deaf ears. But they are looking to put themselves in front for the first time this evening. Maliaros lofts long, looking for Maru, took that down beautifully. Fernandez pressed by Russo. Peluso came away with it, couldn't get it beyond Keeble. Francis Mar looks to get around Ben Chu. Rogan's come across to usher him out of play. That was smart from Scott Rogan, a good read. And Chu's able to get Fitzroy going once more. Rogan. Slows it all down. Now Russo gets beyond Keeble. Lovely ball to find Christian Peluso. Look to roll him back in. Maliaros able to recover with the help of a Keeble clearance. And Francis Marr. They both make a mess of it, and Fitzroy will have a corner. A touch of uncertainty about Melbourne Aku starting to creep in for the first time this evening. And can the reigning champions capitalise and put themselves in front? It is Russo's take. Chu's comes short. Then Chu nearly worked an angle, and Keeble stuck a leg out to get rid. They've kept going at a ferocious pace since getting level. It's Peluso. Finds Rogan. Peluso once more. Chu's gone down the line if he fancies. Russo's on the switch. He chooses Rogan. Face to face with Fernandez. Peluso trying to work the angle. And he nearly did so wonderfully. It was a teasing ball across the face. A cross-turn shot. Maliaros happy to watch it. Fizz wide of his far post. And Keeble. For Marr. Sol Fernandez short. And Peluso's in. Huge block. Absolutely huge block. Francis Marr preventing Peluso from getting on the score sheet against his former side. And Aku blushes the spares as Fernandez was sold short. He found Marr as they're looking to put a hold back on proceedings. Noah finds Francis. Two Marr boys combining. Lovely clip over the top. Yanni Pira's first involvement is to steal in beautifully. He found Ben Chu. Pira tried to take it. It was a hot ball. Keeble came away with it. Francis Marr trying to work the angle. Noah Marr was the one who picked it up. Pira, that's a brilliant block. Aku have a corner, but it could have been much worse. Keeble had stolen a march, and Melbourne Aku, who have been under the cosh for the last few minutes, have decided to call timeout. We are level at 1 goal apiece. It has been a truly enthralling opening 10 minutes.
Halo, salam olahraga untuk seluruh pencinta futsal di Indonesia. Kami dari Moreland Futsal Club dan Series Futsal akan mengadakan giveaway.
As we return from timeout in Darabin, and we are deadlocked. Fitzroy and Melbourne Aku have both scored once each. And Leon has a corner. Marr trying to implement an advantage. Rogan has Allen on the break. Scott Rogan, Leon clipped at his heels and will go into the book for such a challenge. The game's first yellow card. And unfortunately for Colin Leong, that one looked a little stonewall. Rogan was racing away. Bearing down on Maliaros, looking to put Fitzroy in front. He now has a free kick. Leong's taken space in the wall. Chu's at the back post. He couldn't get it past Fernandez. Francis Marr's bullied his way through. Not one but two. He's gone round Russo. Francis Marr had a go. Rogan came across to close the angle. And in the end, Aaron Yu will be happy to recollect. There's real feeling in the way that both of these sides are going about business so far. As Pira uses Rogan. Now Chu. Face to face with Fernandez. He chooses Rogan instead. Peluso's on the far side. Here is Christian Peluso, looking to light things up against his former side. Rogan, he skipped beautifully round Mar. Maliaros stuck a leg out smartly, and Fitzroy will restart from the side. But at the moment, Melbourne Aku are having to weather an almighty storm. Tigers baring teeth. Rogan rolls for Yanni Pira. Mar in the way. Leong tries to come away with it, clipped his way clear of Peluso, but ran out of room while doing so. As Seb wickets reinstated, as is Abdul Bari Hussain. As Rogan, face to face with Aku's 27, breezes by with ease. It's Scott Rogan, rolls it for Pira. Benchu on the pullback. Had his opportunity, but turned it over the top. As Scott Rogan seems to be in a bit of discomfort. Maybe wore a flailing arm on that cutback. All seems to be good. No claret spilled, but he's not best pleased about the contact. Emphasis on the setup for Aku as Maliaros rolls for Fernandez. Gets it back from Irwin, who continued his run. Rogan was alert to it, and Aaron Yu can collect rather comfortably. Now Pira. Chu has Hussain to beat. Irwin came across to try and close the angle. Rogan. Chu's continued his run nicely. Fernandez in the way of his shot. He ran out of room trying to get himself clear, but it was an all-important block as Ben Chu carefully carved his way through into a pocket of space, and Irwin picks up on Rogan's loose ball. This time Chu happy to slow him up. Maliaros, Fernandez. Skips his way beyond Chu, but not beyond Rogan, who does brilliantly to keep it and turn him. Chu's advanced. It is Ben Chu. That's a huge save. Maliaros with a marvellous stop. He's already had to make a few as Rogan from Pira has Robotis, who's advanced. Going to find the way beyond Leong. Rogan. All this Fitzroy pressure. Scott Rogan trying to work the angle. Irwin got in the way. It would only break as far as Robotis. Rogan once more. Wicket had a stumble but managed to keep it alive. Leong stuck a foot in and Fernandez came away with it. Ran himself into a cul-de-sac. Maliaros looked to go through the middle, but in the end, nobody obliged him with a run, and Aaron Yu can recollect and restart. He rolls for Rogan. Lovely ball to fine wicket. Chooses to go home. Rogan once more. Robotis has just dropped short, and he does use him. Face to face with Fernandez. Pira. Lovely ball for Robotis, who'd stolen a march. Tried to get it beyond Hussain. Yanni Pira! It opened up for him momentarily. He caught it all right. He just couldn't whip it inside that far post. But Aku are playing with fire. They are flirting with a side with a point to prove, as Fernandez could only give it to Al Jarin. Hussain came away with it thanks to Irwin. Rogan stuck a leg out, and Aku can restart once more. And they just need to take the pressure off momentarily. This is a Fitzroy side who are knocking and knocking on this door. Who knows how long before the hinges fall in. Fernandez had a go. Hussain nearly followed in. And despite being put under pressure, Aku nearly smashed and nearly grabbed on the break. It's been their first look for quite some time, and it nearly broke to Hussain at the back post, who was completely unmarked. He takes short for Irwin, who skipped his way by Robotis, but not Al Jarin. And Melbourne Aku are just enjoying a good spell. And my word, do they need it. They've been under pressure for the best part of 10 minutes. As Owen looks to fire one towards Aranu, who did well, pushed it smartly for Wicked. That's a lovely ball for Harry Robotis, who's waiting for his options. He tried to stab one at goal. Maliaros alert to the danger. Rogan for Wicked, looked to give it on the return. Hussein came away with it, couldn't clip it beyond Rogan, while Jarin happy to recycle. Scott Rogan had a go and could only find the side netting. Maliaros got a touch, and Fitzroy will have yet another corner. Xavier Fernandez reinstated for those in blue and white. Robotis to take, has Wicket near post. Rogan's moved round the back. Scott Rogan stolen a march. And Owen did well to read the situation. He got an important block in, and it will be yet another corner for the Tigers. What can the defending champions work? Robotis, that's an unbelievable save. So Maliaros magic keeps Melbourne Aku level. Marcus Fernandez face to face with Wicket. They've gone the high press. Well, Jarin has come away with it. He rolls for Wicket, looking to give the return. Robotis, and in the end they make a bit of a hash of it. They had 3-on-1. Irwin holding the space. But they just couldn't keep it on the deck to find one another. And once more, it is a Fitzroy opportunity squandered. Can Aku make them pay? Fernandez ran into Robotis, while Jarin twisting and turning his way beyond Fernandez, but not beyond Mar. Those two did very nicely to combine, while Jarin still finds a way to come away with it and crashes against the post. They are on a tightrope right now. Oh, Melbourne Aku. Hanging on by a thread. As Fitzroy are looking to ferociously maul this side before half-time. Maliaros with two wonderful saves, and a well-Jarin wallop into the post at the moment is all that is preventing them from leading. As Russo looks to take aim, and Maliaros again equal to the challenge with another incredibly smart stop. Another Fitzroy corner. Russo to take, while Jarin, Wicket dummied, while Jarin had a drive. Fernandez got in the way. He's looking to break, only ran into a Fitzroy wall. Wicket was the one who got in his way, and they can reload again. There is no break in this side at the moment. They are full throttle as Wicket. For Wow Jarin. Robotis had just gone down the line if he wanted to clip. Russo's done smartly to work a pocket. Wicket. Irwin read it best, his ball. Wicket then stuck a leg out as Fernandez was looking to gallivant away on the break. He does well not once but twice, and in the end recovers possession rather brilliantly. As Russo. For Wow Jarin. Wicket's dropped shortest. Robotis looking to drift inside. Wicket once more. Now Robotis. Trying to skip beyond Irwin, who wasn't having any of it. Russo looked to stick a leg in. Robotis had a scramble. In the end, more of a snapshot, but Maliaros got his angles right. Smothered brilliantly, but once more, Fitzroy apply the pressure. It's been a resilient and determined defensive showing since that concession. Robotis' corner, while Jarin tried to leave it for Russo, who couldn't quite get onto it at the back post. And Melbourne Aku once again are hanging in, trying to make the Tigers rue their misses. Fernandez. Now Xavier, brothers combining. Irwin. Finds Xavier Fernandez. Robotis immediately clipping at his heels. Back for Maliaros, who can't do anything but clear to his opposite number. Aranu rolls for Russo. Lovely ball to find Robotis. They nearly work it so brilliantly, while Jarin didn't continue his run. But Fitzroy is certainly back in their groove, playing with some serious flair. And Aku right now are in a precarious position as Irwin looked to drive by while Jarin. Robotis came away with it. He has two. It is Cosi Russo who tried to go round. And Maliaros got a leg out having closed the angle. Right now you sense it is if not when as well. Jarin from Russo's corner finds Christian Peluso. Fernandez in the way and it ricochets off the roof. Well, Jarin from the side. Russo. 4.5 until half time. Saka wow, Jarin. Brilliant stop. Smart palm at the near post from Maliaros. And he is preserving parity. Fernandez has stolen that. He might be able to break. Instead, Peluso, against his former side, against his former captain, is able to stick a leg out and put an end to the break. Fernandez takes for Xavier. Now Irwin, who stole Fernandez short. Peluso's in against his former side. Rolls it for Russo. They walk it in. And Christian Peluso, against his former club, gives his new side, Fitzroy, the lead. And they worked it wonderfully. Fernandez is pocket picked. It was cool and calculated on the break. And this time, they apply the finishing touch. Goal scorer for Fitzroy, number 3, Christian Peluso. He did so well on the break. It was precision from the defending champions. So much composure kept. And now all of a sudden you sense that those missed chances matter not, as Aku have it all to do. And having taken the lead, Fitzroy may be thinking about applying a buffer before half-time as Irwin for Francis Marr, face-to-face with Peluso, who's looking to close down. Robotis now hot on Maliaros' heels. He got away with it. Noah Marr took a loose touch and couldn't keep it in. Melbourne Aku are feeling the heat on a rather chilly Melbourne Friday evening as Peluso skipped by Fernandez. Peluso looked to have a go and Xavier Fernandez smartly stuck a foot in to prevent more Maliaros action or indeed a fizz across the area. Fitzroy wanting a ball there in a hurry to kick things going again. Peluso for Russo. Allen. Lovely ball, Christian Peluso. Fernandez to beat, rolled it inside for Russo, worked the angle, but Francis Marr shut the door at the very last moment. The sniper pulled the trigger all right as Rogan. For Russo once more, rolls back for Rogan. Josh Allen thought about an advancing Rogan who continued his run. He does now have it. Lovely 1-2 with Russo. And they keep it calm. Rogan once more. Smashing ball. Russo stolen a yard. Allen had kept going. Rogan came away with it again, looking to skip his way beyond Noah Marr, who did very, very well to shut any of that down. Irwin from Maliaros' roll. Leong's dropped short. He's looked to go. Peluso got in the way. Of course, he knows these combinations oh so well. It's Irwin for Xavier Fernandez. Rogan applying that press. Allen did brilliantly to read it. Keeps it calm with Russo. Allen for Rogan once more. Has Fernandez to beat. Noah Marr slowly making his way across. Leong's now come to join him. He rolls back for Russo. Worked an angle on Leong. And fired one towards goal. That once again was not shy of that far post. And Fitzroy will be able to restart it as it's adjudged to go out via an Aku touch. And that right now will lead them to call a half-time, a timeout even. 2.5 minutes from half-time. Fitzroy, having gone a goal down, they now lead Melbourne Aku by 2-1.
Halo, salam olahraga untuk seluruh pencinta futsal di Indonesia. Kami dari Morlan Futsal Club dan Series Futsal akan mengadakan giveaway, di mana akan dipilih 15 pemenang. Masing-masing pemenang akan mendapatkan satu jersey original dari Morlan Futsal Club. Syaratnya sangat gampang, langsung saja follow akun Instagram ini dan akan dipilih selama 5 hari ke depan. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Let's go!
I grew up with low self-esteem. It was me and my mama, just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. The crew riding around in a Benzo. Red I'm in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive, but look at me now.
We're back from a Fitzroy timeout in Darabin. They've turned around what could have been a precarious position. They weren't a goal down, they now lead 2-1 thanks to Christian Peluso of all people. And Roga's looking to make it 3 immediately. He smashes one against the post. Fernandez going the other way to level. Aaron Yu, that's a lovely stop. Came out, closed the angle and got it spot on. Corner taken by Fernandez for Irwin. Rogan got in the way, shouts for handball, turned away. Irwin can't clip it to find Leong, who was lurking at the back post. And Fitzroy can reset with Allen. Rogan. Peluso's running central. Advancing beyond Leong, trying to work himself a yard for a second against his former side. Rogan turns on the Jets, rolls it for Cruz. Lovely ball to find Peluso, who sat Leong down, and Noamar got in the way. Cruz tried to turn it in, and Maliaros made a marvellous stop. Brilliant goalkeeping. As Cruz's corner for Allen, and they do turn it in. Peluso does get his second, lurking at the back post. It was a lovely ball from Josh Allen to find him, and Christian Peluso doubles Fitzroy's advantage. Goal scorer for Fitzroy, and his second of the night, number 3, Christian Peluso. He's been in the right place at the right time twice. And that one, a much more simple finish than the first. 2 against his former side. He's wasted no time in coming back to haunt them. Christian Peluso stealing all the headlines on this Friday night. It was a brilliant ball from Josh Allen, who wrapped his foot around it beautifully in order to find him at the back post, unmarked. A real poacher's finish, and here is Allen looking for Peluso once more, who went first time. He's searching for a first half hat-trick. He so nearly had it as well. Worked it well. Allen found him with a lovely ball. He just couldn't wrap enough around it. As Fernandez goes down the line looking for Mar, Wicket got a foot in. Aku happy to reset. They have just under 90 seconds to half-time to chip into this Fitzroy lead. It's Leong, face-to-face with Cruz, looking to dance his way beyond. Matt Cruz is having none of that. Sticks the leg out and puts a stop. Leong for Mar, couldn't work a way around Rogan. And although it does tick seconds off the clock, that doesn't help Aku's case right now. The possession does, but they need a goal. Prior to half-time, Leong's take. Mar had a drive. Fernandez at the back post was lurking, but it flashed wide of him. And those chances have been at a premium for Melbourne Aku. Fitzroy certainly playing with flair and with a point to prove in this opening period as Rogan trying to skip beyond Mar. Mar stuck a foot in. Yu was there quickly to close it down. He looked for Rogan. Fernandez came away with it. Scott Rogan with a lovely recovery challenge, putting a stop to a mazy Marcus Fernandez run. But once again, Aku have it from the side. A dangerous position. Mars stolen a yard. Peluso this time makes the clearance. Fitzroy already seeing the fruits of their transfer labour in Christian Peluso. As Fernandez fully on, sold him short. Cruz came away with it. Now Wickett. They could add a fourth before half time if they choose. Matt Cruz trying to work the angle. Rolled it back for Wickett. Now Rogan. Peluso. For Rogan once more. Face to face with Mar. Looks to skip inside. Scott Rogan does. Mar stayed with him very well. Rolls it wide for Cruz, who has Leong to beat. As we're inside the final minute of a fast pace first half in Darabin. Aku have dared on the counter. Fernandez with a hit. Aaron Hughes spilled. It comes out to Noah Mar. Couldn't drive it beyond Rogan. Fernandez again. This time, that one high, but not so handsome. As Aaron Hughes lofts long for Wickett, who stole a march. Maliaros didn't get there. And left one on Seb Wickett as the final act of a truly enthralling first half. It's Christian Peluso at the double that is the big difference maker right now. His brace, a big miss for Aku. Their loss is Fitzroy's gain as they did the business and got him in. Half time in Darabin. It is Fitzroy 3, Melbourne Aku 1.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
Halo, salam olahraga untuk seluruh pencinta futsal di Indonesia. Kami dari Morlan Futsal Club dan Series Futsal akan mengadakan giveaway di mana akan dipilih 15 pemenang. Masing-masing pemenang akan mendapatkan 1 jersey original dari Morlan Futsal Club. Syaratnya sangat gampang, langsung saja follow akun Instagram ini dan akan dipilih selama 5 hari ke depan.
And we are back live for the second half in Darabin. And it was a truly tantalising opening period. Christian Peluso, the Aku Villington Fitzroy hero, he's got a double already. And the Tigers have a 2-goal buffer as they are looking to flex their muscle with flair and finally begin their march back up the table. They are not used to this position as Cruz from Rogan and Russo, and you can feel it in the way that they've gone about things so far. There is a serious need to remind people just how good they are as Rogan loses out. Fernandez goes on the break and Aaron Yu makes a truly amazing save. That is a brilliant stop. He got down, reacted beautifully and got just the deftest of palms to it. It'll be an Aku corner, but it could have been so much worse for the Tigers. Fernandez flung his way away on the break as Keeble from the corner. Fernandez now being ushered by Wicked, who wanted to go himself. Maliaros wanted to clip long to Francis Marr, but nothing was doing. And similarly to the first half, this second half is looking to start things at a frantic pace. Neither team will want to let up, obviously both bursting with youth as Cruz for Rogan. Skipped by Keeble, beautifully did Scott Rogan. He managed to find a yard, not once but twice. Look for an avenue by Fernandez, use Russo instead. Now Wicket. Russo. Can Fitzroy work something? Wicket for Rogan, tried to flick Russo indoors. Fernandez alert to the danger, stuck himself in the way. But Fitzroy at the moment playing with so much freedom as Russo looked to have a go. Rogan needed to mop up. Leong stuck a foot in and he does get Aku up court, but Fitzroy will keep possession. Rogan's restart. Wicket. Back with Rogan once more. Cruz. Russo. Can they work? Wicket, lovely turn. Tried to get away from Keeble. Clip one beyond Leong for Rogan. Went indoors to Russo, trying to work an angle. Cruz, they work it back to Wicket. Russo. A Keeble at his back. Back for Wicket. Lovely block, Fernandez. Russo came away with it. Refound Rogan. Cruz now. Trying to work the angle. Maliaros stuck a foot down. Made a smart save, but Fitzroy have a corner. Much more calm and composure. Rogan stole a march and stole a smashing finish. Rolled it beyond Maliaros into the bottom corner, and they do make it 4-1. Goal scorer for Fitzroy, number 7, Scott Rogan. Gorgeous goal. And so beautifully taken from Scott Rogan. Stole a yard. The ball to find him was brilliant. And his finish with so much certainty, so much finesse. Fitzroy had breathing room at the break, and they are now looking to fly away as Rogan for Cruz. Russo. Now Wicket. Can he skip beyond Keeble instead? Faked Russo the first time, then found him the second. Lovely ball inside to Cruz. Rogan looked to steal a march. He's got Fernandez to beat. Switches for Wicket. Lovely clip in to find Cruz, who had a go. Via a deflection of Maliaros' palms, it stays out. It's another Fitzroy corner. And they have had so many this evening. As Russo takes for Rogan. Quick switch out for Seb Wicket. Can he get a shot away? Leong stuck a leg in. Wicket came away with it. Maliaros got his angles right. And once again, they will reload. Cruz near post. Rogan's gone far post. He hit that sweet, but hit it well too high to trouble Maliaros. who's looking to go quickly for Fernandez. Can he take it down? Aaron Yu was there to smother, didn't concede the corner. It was a tamed effort from Marcus Fernandez, but Rogan came away with it. Russo now skipped by Leong beautifully. Cosi Russo, Francis Ma in the way. Sakoel Jarin and Yanni Pira both back out on court as Fitzroy are looking to take this beyond doubt. Russo's take. Rogan, that's a beautiful flash. And he wasn't far away from adding another. The Tigers right now in top gear. As Fernandez for Irwin. Aku shell-shocked. What have they got to get themselves back into it? Fernandez's ball down the line for Francis Ma. Rushed and ran out of room, and Rogan can reset. Lovely ball for Pira down the line, waiting on his options. Yanni Pira's stolen a march, and Maliaros did well, once again to save at his near post. It will be Pira's corner, took it quickly for Rogan. Ma stuck a foot in, but Rogan stayed with it. He got the return from Pira. Well, Jarin smashing ball. Rogan tried to drive one across. Shot turn cross and Russo couldn't arrive. Once again, Melbourne Aku. The door is just slightly open. That slither of light fading quickly. Time is of the essence as Ma's looking to get in behind Wild Jarin. Pira did brilliantly to mop up. Rogan came away with it. Lovely clip for Wild Jarin. Tried to chest one into the path of Russo. And you can see this side have got their groove back all right. That was a free-flowing, fizzing Fitzroy move. Fernandez picked off by Rogan. Russo's off to the races. Scott Rogan might go himself. Owen got in the way. Skipped his way beyond the number 7 while Jarin joined him for company. Irwin's found Keeble, who might be able to have a go. He looked for Mara at the back stick instead. It doesn't quite come to anything, but Melbourne Aku will have a corner. Connor Irwin is the one to saunter his way over his corner. Fernandez is just holding back post for now. So was Francis Ma. In the end, he splits them both and uses Maliaros. He looks long along the floor. Beautiful ball for Keeble, who can turn Pira in behind. No way beyond Yanni Pira, who's had a few nice looks on Fitzroy debut. There's Irwin. Francis Ma. Fernandez indoors. It was Owen who looked to find him. Fitzroy happy to let it fizz out. Aaron Hughes gather. He looks long for Rogan, who's made a run. That's a gorgeous touch from Scott Rogan. But Connor Irwin was able to usher him just enough. Fernandez hustled by Robotis, who stuck a leg in. This Fitzroy press is unrelenting at the moment. And you can see the change in expressions on both benches. It's Irwin looking to skip his way by, ran out of room. And that may sum up Melbourne Aku's evening so far. As Rogan looks to reset, Robotis came short for him. Yanni Pira's advanced. Instead uses Rogan. And they are in no rush, while Jarin for Rogan again. Now Pira. With Rogan. While Jarin, this is lovely futsal from Fitzroy. Robotis for Rogan. And Pira once more. While Jarin. Pira's made an advancement. He chooses Rogan instead, face to face with Fernandez. Waiting for his options in the middle and out wide. Rogan looked to flash one across. Fernandez got in the way and Fitzroy have a corner. Rogan to take, looked to clip Pira, and wow, Jarin who'd stolen a march, and Rogan again. Looked to gather his own work, but could only turn side netting. Maliaros happy to claim. Fernandez looking to get a run on. He can't find Noamar's feet. And Fitzroy are causing every minor error from Melbourne Aku at this moment. Aranu looks long for Rogan, another brilliant take. Had Pirra advancing, chose Robotis. Rogan again. Jarin. Face to face with Xavier Fernandez. Maliharos got down. Jarin on the second. Good block from Owen this time. Fernandez might be able to break. He's got beyond Rogan. Mar couldn't get there at the back post. And it is another Aku counter squandered. Pirra for Jarin. Now Robotis. Rogan. Robotis made it work. Pirra couldn't quite get it locked under on the turn. Fernandez was able to put himself between Pirra and the ball and keep things calm for Melbourne Aku, who have just under a quarter of an hour to save themselves. As Fernandez understands he might need to be the spark. Noah Mar does well. Irwin took it off Fernandez. Now he found him. Marcus Fernandez deflected. Aranu spilled the first time, claimed the second. And looked long to find Jarin. It's a gorgeous ball. Fernandez read it all the way. And Fitzroy will have a ball in from the side. Rogan. Now Jarin once more has Fernandez to be. Jarin had a go. And Maliharos once again. A good save for another corner. How many have they had this evening? It has been a Fitzroy flurry from start to finish. Rogan's gone round the back. Had a touch of a fresh air. Irwin put him under immediate pressure. Scott Rogan did brilliantly to re-find Aranu, who looks to return favour. Rogan's flick. Maliharos got it right. Brilliant save from him. Irwin came away. Fernandez now could break. Rogan on the return. Marcus Fernandez! Flashed it wide. And Aranu's goal has still only been breached once on Fitzroy debut. Josh Allen for Rogan. Lovely ball to find Robotis. Owen hustled him brilliantly. Fitzroy now in no rush whatsoever. Peluso back out on court. A few statement signings, and he has been one of them as he finds Josh Allen. Jarin's ball. Peluso, hat-trick hunting. Couldn't quite turn the angle to get a shot. Fernandez came away with it, while Jarin bullied him off it. Skipped by two, and the third, but in the end couldn't apply the finishing touch. Sakawel Jarin, for his efforts, will win a corner. He's got Peluso. Allen's gone far side. It is Josh Allen. Marcus Fernandez applying that closing touch. Jarin, Fernandez was the one who came away with it. Has Noah Mar on the break. He uses him. Now face to face with many a Fitzroy player. And Xavier Fernandez couldn't advance. Once again, that press not allowing Aku any breathing room as Allen for Russo. Switch for Peluso. On a hat-trick. Russo refines him. Robotis over on commentary sides. Peluso's continued his run down the line. He uses Allen instead. Russo. Well, this is calm from Fitzroy. The sort of patience we haven't seen them exercise as Russo's stolen a march. Tried to fire one at the near post, but Maliharos saw it sail all the way over. He looks long, trying to have a go. It's ricocheted. Many appeals off the back of the goal, and it did, in fact, go off that far side. Don't let it deceive you, not off the upright. Off the very back of it is Robotis for Russo. Aku's turn to press high. Cosi Russo runs out of room, and they will be able to advance up court. They're still not out of it. A goal opens it all up. Martha Connor Irwin trying to get that goal and get that strike. Russo stopped it. Irwin stuck a foot in. And Fitzroy can reset. You for Robotis. Allen. Robotis once more. Josh Allen's made a run. That's a smashing ball. Maliharos got it in the air, but Josh Allen nearly with a wonderful run. And Robotis with a brilliant ball to find him. Too much on it. And once more, Fitzroy in complete cruise control right now. Lyon pressed by Allen and Peluso. And in the end, they will get another corner. Melbourne Aku not breathing. Allen had a go. Maliaros did well. Another lovely save to the collection as Irwin comes away with it. He bangs it away. Anywhere will do. Because this side cannot breathe at the moment. They are on the end. You talk about catching Fitzroy on the wrong night to play them. Tonight is very well that night. Many a statement signing, each eager to make their name. And Christian Peluso's already planted his all over all discourse regarding this league. As Robotis rolls in Josh Allen on his return. Had Lyon to his back. Irwin tried the double team. He worked it well for Robotis again. Had a go. Irwin in the way. And of course, this is a contest on the eve of Easter. No action next week on Good Friday, or the one to follow as Allen looked to spin away from Lyon, got a foot in nicely. And that defensive solidity is what's been lacking at times for Melbourne Aku as they wish to have a timeout. In this second half, it is currently Fitzroy who have pulled away. They lead Aku by 4-1.
Salam olahraga untuk seluruh pencinta futsal di Indonesia. Kami dari Morlan Futsal Club dan Series Futsal akan mengadakan giveaway di mana akan dipilih 15 pemenang. Masing-masing pemenang akan mendapatkan satu jersey original dari Morlan Futsal Club. Syaratnya sangat gampang, langsung saja follow akun Instagram ini dan akan dipilih selama 5 hari ke depan. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Let's go!
I grew up with low self-esteem. Was me and my mama, just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. The crew riding round in a Benzo. Red I've been in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive. But look at me now.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent.
As we return from the second half's first timeout in Darabin. Fitzroy have rather run away with it so far in this second half. Melbourne Aku need a response and they need it now. There is a 3-goal buffer if they are to make a very long climb back to earn a point from this game or indeed any other result. It is now or it is never for this side. And Lyon's trying to make it work. Russo got a foot in, got it back from Robotis. Cosi Russo flashes his effort across the face. And that has been Aku's issue so far tonight. Fitzroy have been ferocious in their press, picking off every single error that this side has made. Lyon, lovely dummy for Irwin. Xavier Fernandez had some room on the switch, but he wasn't able to find a way beyond Robotis. Inside the final 10 minutes. As Mar for Fernandez. Irwin. Robotis launching that press. Peluso comes away with it. Christian Peluso for Robotis. A brilliant ball and a brilliant goal. And it is a 5-star Fitzroy performance. Goal scorer for Fitzroy, number 18, Harry Robotis. Simply brilliant. And Fitzroy may well and truly be back playing the good stuff as of tonight. Peluso's ball, pinpoint. Such a piercing pass, and Robotis had to apply the touch, as he might do here. Peluso on the hunt for a hat-trick. It came back out to Robotis and Russo. They still can't find a way. By Malioros on the post, and Peluso turn a chance for a hat-trick over. My word, that was a scramble. Desperate Aku defending does get Fitzroy a corner. Many a goal line clearance, 2 blocks. Ben Chu looking to get in on the act. He wins yet another corner for Peluso to take. Rogan's darted near post. Leong put a stop to that. Ma trying to run away with it. Rogan was able to make a tackle. But there was no way beyond that for Aku advancement. Fernandez. Leong. Lovely clip down the line for Noamar, who couldn't quite get there. And Aaron Yu will reset for Chu. Now Rogan once more. Lovely ball for Peluso. Had Leong to beat, he stuck a leg in nicely. Made a clever challenge. You feel there's an extra bit of feeling with everything that goes in for Christian Peluso. Every challenge, every touch, and here he is hunting a hat-trick. Leong once again closing that door. He'll take 2 and an assist for Christian Peluso. I'm sure there'll be no complaints for Fitzroy about their new acquisition, as Chu from Yanni Pira refound him, smashing ball for Rogan. His shot was blocked. Pira on the recovery, couldn't get it beyond Noamar, who made the stopgap work, tried to find his brother Francis, but they run out of room on the break. And once more, this Fitzroy defensive shape, which has been called into question in recent weeks, looking more and more solid. Pira looked for Rogan, who couldn't quite keep it in. Just a touch too hot from Yanni Pira. And Noamar can reload. Fernandez. Noamar in as the pivot. He took that down beautifully. Rolled it for Francis. He had a hit, but it sailed well over. As Aaron Yu, Rogan hits the deck. Yu goes long for wicket, who's barged off it by Francis Ma. Touch more physicality as Rogan works it for Ben Chu. Pira. Rogan once more. He has Chu to his right, Pira to his left. Rogan, that's a beautiful ball. Pira tried to roll it square. Malioros got down. Fernandez broke away with it. Rolled it for Leong, who went home to Francis Ma. Wicket looking to apply the press. Noamar now. Leong again. Fernandez. Face to face with Pira. Fernandez has a go. Aaron Yu down quickly to make another brilliant save. As Rogan. Wicket's made a darting run. Rogan's ball might be lofted enough to find in. Wicket kept it alive. Pira turned it over. It was his chance to join in the debutants and get himself on the score sheet. Super ball from Seb Wicket. And Pira's finish just lacked poise. He went lofted instead of low. And it wasn't the right option, but he recycles well for Chu on this occasion. Wicket. Now Rogan has 2 to beat. Chooses Chu. Lovely return ball. Malioros came a long way and was smartly off his line to stop that stop Rogan return. But right now, Fitzroy are in flow state as Rogan for wicket. Lovely ball for Pira. Smashing return, Wicket just couldn't dangle a leg. And Malioros happy to see this one off, see out yet another onslaught. As Leong for Fernandez. Now Hussain. Fernandez tried to clip long, Aaron Yu happy to claim. And roll for Rogan. Now Chu. Taking his time while face to face with Fernandez. Rolls it back for Rogan. And Wicket. Pira. Worked his way down the line. Looked to give it back to Rogan. Too much on it as he was hustled. And you must say for Fitzroy, this is the ideal way to go into a couple of weeks off. They close the gap to 9 points. Still 2 Clásicos remaining, of course. And one more of those will be coming thick and fast once we return. As Fernandez couldn't get beyond Pira. Is this Yanni Pira's moment? He's pulled back by Fernandez. And Fitzroy will have a free kick. A decision must be made. The officials will consult one another. Pira pulled back. But was Mar impeding an effort on goal? Rogan will have a free kick. And from the looks of it, it will be merely a talking to. As Rogan and Chu stand over this. Chu's dummy, it will be Rogan to take. Maliaros made a smart save. Allen tried to roll for Chu and Leong stuck a leg in. And once more, a Fitzroy free kick is seen off. There's Chu for Rogan. Waljarin has 2 to beat. Saka Waljarin tried the drive. And in the end, Hussein stuck a foot in. Waljarin quick to take. Rogan looked to steal away from Maliaros. But nothing once again doing for Aku. This is a wretched run of form that they need to snap sooner rather than later. You thought the Black Army would have been their opportunity to do so last week, but they were beaten as Hussein couldn't find a way beyond Cruz, who rolls it down the line for Rogan. That is gorgeous! Scott Rogan again! With a simply beautiful finish. And Aku have been hit for 6. Goal scorer for Fitzroy, number 7, Scott Rogan. His second scintillating chip of the evening as Mar is looking to add a consolation. Chu slid in and Cruz came away with it. That was simply beautiful. A Renaissance painting of a finish from Rogan. Could hang that in the Louvre if you wanted. As Hussein found by Owen, Aranu came to claim. And Fitzroy have 6 in a statement win, while Jarin looking to make it 7, and Maliaros down for another brilliant stop. Yet another corner. Rogan to take, while Jarin came nearest. Via a deflection into the side netting, and we will reset once more. Rogan's take. Well, Jarin, same move. Owen this time off the line. Fernandez trying to get up and clear. He did, but not once more at the expense of a Fitzroy corner. Well, they run a hat-trick of moves. Chu this time was the one who came across. Rinse and repeat. Well and truly. Aku can't find a way out. Well, Jarin went short. This time they work it for Cruz and Chu. His shot was high, sailed over. It's Maliaros for Irwin. Now Francis Mar for Fernandez. Mar once more. Chu this time looking to apply the press. Fernandez skipped away from Waljarin. Marcus Fernandez via a deflection gets an Aku corner. But it's the best they've looked for quite some time, those in blue and white. Lovely move from Fernandez to skip his way beyond Waljarin. Work it for a corner. Mar was there to come. Aaron Yu claimed it. Got it going quickly to find Chu. Rogan was deepest. Lovely clip ball in towards Cruz. Mar stuck a leg in. Irwin was the one who came away with it. Connor Irwin had a go. And it is yet another deflection and yet another Melbourne Aku corner. They are finally having their own forward flurry. Can they get a goal, which may prove with just over 5 minutes to go? Merely a consolation, but goal difference is just as important as Mar for Hussein. Mar once more. Irwin, back to Mar. Now Hussein, pressed by Chu, while Jareen also obliged his teammate. Francis Mar came away with it. Wicket looks to get himself in between. Mar trying to bully his way beyond, but could only find himself into touch. Yu rolls for wicket. Cruz. Now Chu. Well, Jareen rolls it back for Seb wicket. Chu commentary side. Had a go, and Maliaros did well. Watched it all the way and diverted away from danger. Taz Maliaros has been a busy man in between the sticks this evening. And Fitzroy may not be done testing him yet as well. Jareen from Chu found a way beyond Fernandez. Hussein stuck a leg in. And Fitzroy will start from the side. Allen re-enters the fray once more. As does Russo in the fifth man. We wondered if it would happen. Cosillon caught in the fly. Rogan finds him immediately. Allen. They are looking to soak as many seconds as possible. They could add a seventh yet, as wicket for Allen. Now Rogan. For Wild Jareen. Rogan again. Allen, wicket. They work it quickly. Russo might have the opportunity, a loose touch, and Fernandez was able to steal in because of it. Made way for Aaron Yu, who was quickly reinstated. Wicket wanted the ball, but Agu will have it. Irwin tried to clip down the line. Wicket had a steal and a stab. Maliaros there to clear. Rogan stuck a foot in against Hussein. Allen was the one who came away with it. He reuses Scott Rogan, who skipped his way beyond one. Wicket following a dangled leg, and Fitzroy will have a free kick. Taku's second foul. And what's been a relatively clean affair this evening. We've seen a few that have bubbled over in recent weeks. But the lid has remained on as Russo from Rogan uses Allen. Rogan once more. Has Xavier Fernandez to beat. Josh Allen thought about it for a moment. And now Scott Rogan. Wicket's on his own at the back stick if Rogan or Allen can find him. They finally do work it to wicket. Russo's moved his way inside the area. Allen to wicket. Robotis was lurking. Maliaros made a smart stop with that in mind. And Aku have one back thanks to a truly wonderful finish from Connor Irwin inside his own area. It may merely be a consolation, but it's a super goal. Goal for Melbourne Aku, number 4, Connor Irwin. A lovely effort, well and truly inside his own half. Had the composure and coolness to take advantage of a vacant Fitzroy net as Peluso is reinstated. Rogan for Allen. Down the line for Robotis. Allen once more. Rogan. Aku in a deep defensive shape. Lovely work for Josh Allen. Peluso searching for the hat-trick. Couldn't get the connection he wanted. Maliaros looked to go. He will ricochet off the roof. And Fitzroy will be able to restart. Christian Peluso searching for a hat-trick against his former side as Rogan for Allen. Now Russo. Allen. Rogan. Josh Allen once more. Rogan looked to dart one inside. It might be another stab from Connor Irwin, who was looking to get one of the most audacious doubles you might ever see. This one not quite as on target as Russo and Rogan rekindle. Russo again, now Rogan. Lovely ball for Robotis. Allen's made the dart indoors. Peluso's at the back stick, and he does get his hat-trick. Christian Peluso, well and truly haunting his former club. It will be Aku nightmares, but Peluso says sweet dreams to this one. Goal scorer for Fitzroy, number 3, Christian Peluso. He has been threatening all evening. And he finally gets a hat-trick which would have eluded him. Russo nearly stole a march. Owen came away with it. Peluso stuck a leg and he's straight back in the action. Fernandez, as Cozzy's taken up position in between the sticks momentarily. Keeble for Irwin. Allen read it best. Josh Allen on his return. This time Leong didn't get sat down. Robotis might be able to add. They are trying that chip at all costs, Fitzroy. And in the end, Newen did beautifully, stood up tall, wasn't beaten, wasn't sat down. And Rogan can restart things for Fitzroy. Peluso stolen a yard, and Christian Peluso might be in for a fourth. Newen made a smart save. Fernandez trying to come away with it. Peluso picked his pocket, and this time flashed his effort across the face. With some help from Xavier Fernandez. Russo rolled it back for Rogan. Allen trying to work it for Robotis at the back stick. Owen putting a stop to that. Rogan for Russo. Scott Rogan once more. Josh Allen. They work it so well. As Allen again down the line for Peluso. Cut back for Robotis. That's a beautiful stop. A gorgeous bit of defensive anticipation from Irwin, who stopped a certain goal from a roaming Robotis at the back post. Rogan. Russo. They're just soaking up the seconds. Robotis, Allen on return, gets his goal. That would have been one he's wanted and dreamt of. And finally, on his Fitzroy return, Josh Allen is on the score sheet. Goal scorer for Fitzroy, number 2, Josh Allen. Can hear the reception from the Fitzroy family. A goal that means so much to him and to them. How good it has been for everybody connected with this club to see him back out on court. And Peluso looking to find Robotis. He was nearly in for a second immediately. He timed his run too early. But what a story it's been on a night where the headlines have been stolen by Peluso, who's just had his pocket picked by Fernandez. There's some feeling whenever he gets it still. They do not want him to have the most perfect of evenings just yet. Fernandez's take. Nearly found his brother at the near post. Irwin looked to really fly a foot in on Rogan, who was looking to clear. Final knockings and final half minute as Western United make their way inside. Irwin looked to have a drive. Nothing was quite doing. And Yu looks to go long. Robotis might have a flick. Newen judged that to perfection. Lovely goalkeeping. He might be going the other way. And Aaron Yu, on the full-time whistle, forced into the smartest of stops. It will matter not, as Fitzroy were at their ferocious best. The signings making the headlines, none more so than Christian Peluso, a hat-trick against his former side on a perfect night where Fitzroy have got some of that bite back. They were far too good, and they beat Melbourne Aku by 8-2.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level. So you have to work hard every day. It's detail. It's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches. You can.
I'm here with now Fitzroy player Christian Peluso. Obviously, Christian.
And champions, you need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction.
3, 2.
The futsal is totally for another country. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
They're coming through.
Speak. Is it on?
Is it on? Is it on?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Wow, that's low. Speak again.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Now we're good. All right. Sorry about that.
That's it.
3, 2, 1.
I'm here with now Fitzroy player Christian Peluso. Obviously, Christian, a huge week for you off the court. What influenced your decision to make the move from Aku to Fitzroy?
Look, I don't think my ideals were aligned with Aku's, and I felt it was best to part ways and move to Fitzroy. They're a great bunch of boys. I play with them at Nationals, obviously, which made it easier to fit into the team. And yeah, no hard feelings at all about anything. Like, two of my best mates play at Aku, Marcus and Francis, so yeah, no issues at all. But yeah, I felt like it was best for me to go.
And obviously, you've made your mark at this club with a banger hat-trick tonight. Did you envision yourself having quite a night like this when you walked in here?
Not really. I didn't really focus on that. I think it was just more get the win focus now. I think it was just more I'm a Fitzroy player, go in and try to get the win, that was it. Yeah, obviously we'd lost a few before tonight, so I think it was just the most important thing to get back on track regardless of how I perform personally.
And obviously you mentioned yourself being a part of getting Fitzroy back on track. Was that the biggest selling point of this project, being able to go to a big club and contribute to their rise back towards the top?
100%. I had a chat with Scott and Jalen before I came, and they really made some compelling points, and that's why I came in the end, and felt like it was the best opportunity for me to take. And yeah, I'm not regretting my decision at all.
Thank you so much for your time, mate. I'm here with Francis Marr. Obviously, Francis, a really tough result to take this evening, especially with Christian Peluso having left Aku, coming back to haunt you. How big a miss is he going to be for your side moving forward?
It'll be a big miss, man. He brought a lot to our team, and you clearly saw tonight what he could bring to another team that he joins. Wish him all the best, and see how we go. We'll look to adapt without him. That's just how it goes, man.
And obviously, speaking of adapting, you saw that and you attempted that tonight. Do you see there being a few growing pains without him in the side, and where do you think you can improve on tonight's performance?
I guess we just have to look forward. We can't really look back and see what we're missing. We're definitely going to have to fill a hole in our squad, and we'll look to do that with some of the other players that we've got. We've got a lot of young players that we're looking to bring through, develop with our system. We're still trying to get our whole system together, up and running. Obviously, the last couple of weeks has been rough. But at the same time, we're learning. We're learning this league. We won our first 2 games, but now we've seen what the best is. How it is to compete against them, and we know we've got a lot to work on. It's going to take a long time, but we're going to keep pushing. We've got a system, and we're going to stick with it. We trust it, and we trust each other. So, missing Christian, just look to move on.
And obviously you mentioned a rough couple of weeks after a pretty fast start you made in this league. With a couple of weeks off now coming, have they come at the right time to maybe give a clearer mindset or a clearer a clearer way of playing to this side, and how will you look to improve over them?
Can you repeat the question, please?
So you've got a couple of weeks off now, obviously after tonight's game. Is that come at an important time in order to give you a clearer set of minds to come into the run home, and will there be some new ideas thrown about?
We'll definitely take the break to look on how we can, tactically improve our game. We're a young squad. We tend to rely on a lot of adrenaline and energy. Sometimes we lose our composure, lose our heads. We're gonna, as we said, we're gonna adapt to the new environment that we're working in. We'll spend the next few weeks working on tactically what we can do to make sure we're all working as a unit. Try and get a bit of discipline together defensively, and as we said, we're working forward. That's the only thing we're focusing on at the moment.
Thank you so much for your time, mate.
We know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detailed, it's important for improve your career.
Do you enjoy that side of it as well?
Yeah.
The group is the key of success. If you don't have
What channel is that on?
you can win
You
some
want me to
matches,
jump in
you
with
can
you,
win some tournaments, but
Yeah,
finally
go on, I'm in.
they work hard, you need a
Yeah, I think we'll just follow you up and, bring me in when you want to, and if there's something you think...
What audio channel is that on?
Yeah, it's SOPER, S-O-P-E-R.
Maybe in the future Australia is
P for Peter. Yeah, that's the one.
I'm muted, remember?
Yeah, that works.
Just like, the other one.
Yeah, I thought maybe like when there's a break in play or there's a little something, bring me in, or maybe I'll just, if I see something, just
Hello, this is
compliment.
Cameraman for this whole show, Josh the shit cameraman, blah blah blah.
Yeah, try that. Yeah, we'll play about with it.
One more time. ABC.
A B C D
Give
E.
it a go, Ethan, why not? From New South Wales. It's from New South Wales. Right. So human struggling at the minute, basically. Yeah. Right. Okay, still 3 points for a win. Yeah. Right, okay. They're on 4 points at the minute. Right, okay. I'll have a go at it. Just at least eat my way in. Maybe you've got to watch or give me comments. Do it, give it a go. I hear you.
Halo, salam olahraga untuk seluruh pencinta futsal di Indonesia. Kami dari Morlan Futsal Club dan Series Futsal akan mengadakan giveaway di mana akan dipilih 15 pemenang. Masing-masing pemenang akan mendapatkan satu jersey original dari Morlan Futsal Club. Syaratnya sangat gampang, langsung saja follow akun Instagram ini dan akan dipilih selama 5 hari ke depan. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Let's go!
I grew up with low self-esteem. It was me and my mom that just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. Like, feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. The crew riding round in a benzo. Red I'm in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive, but look at me now.
Well, welcome back to Darebin for match day 2, for game 2 of this evening. My apologies, and we saw a ferocious Fitzroy start to kick things off, and we now move to Western United, who have had a pretty wild Western week, to be perfectly honest. Obviously losing Aaron Yu and defeated by Mourne last time out sees them 10 points adrift from the runaway leaders so far. However, they've been busy themselves. They've brought in a new acquisition in between the sticks, not featuring tonight, although certainly somebody who they would be very, very happy with bringing in. Tyler Lewis, former Fitzroy keeper, 2-time Golden Glove winner, so plenty of pedigree remaining in goal. As Angelatos and Skopolidis want to get them off to a quick start. Dossi, Skopolidis, Mike, Bakero stuck a foot in. I'm Ethan Rigg, bringing you all of the action this evening. And I'm joined rather excitedly by yet another member of the SFV commentary team. We're expanding this season, and it's another Brit. I'm George by George Soper. George, welcome.
Thanks for having us, Ethan. It's great to be here.
It certainly is a marvellous evening in Darebin as Parthamos is looking to get Western United off to a fast start, and he will have the game's first corner.
That's a ferocious effort there. Good start to the game.
Western United, notorious slow starters. Hume like to get going and hit the ground running, so it is odd to see United with an early corner, but maybe it is something that Dima Rice and Cove wanted to work on as Angelatos looked to dive to the near post. Ramadan just hacked it clear. And Western are a side who obviously have had the big loss of Aaron Yu, a major keeper in this league, a futsal roux, and such a key part to some of their success. He's been brilliant in keeping. Lucas Grigg gets the nod this evening. He's sort of been soft launch in the last few weeks. When it comes to it, George, he started in between the sticks, but Yu's come on from the bench. So would you have sensed with that they would have seen Yu's leave coming?
Yeah, I think any time you change your goalkeeper, you're going to notice, because it just emanates throughout the whole team. You know, it's the most important position on the pitch in terms of getting the game started and getting a bit of a morale going through the side. So, yeah, I think you'll notice it tonight, 100%.
Cicek's looking to give Grigg an early test. Angelatos made a solid block. He scored a screamer last week. Ube Cicek as Klonaris is looking to get the Black Army off to a quick start. Cicek's come shortest. He's worked the angle for a hit. Parthamos got in the way. Klonaris looked to roll one towards goal. Grigg watched it ricochet wide. But so far, a couple of early looks for both sides.
Yeah, it's been a feisty start, much like the last game. You can see there's a lot of energy out there tonight, definitely, especially early doors.
Two sides brewing with users. Klonaris nearly caught by Skopolidis. Bakero tried to return it to him. Parthamos happy to see things back to his keeper, who looked to find Skopolidis advancing.
Yeah, it was a good idea there. It didn't quite work out. You can see what he was trying to do.
Klonaris looking to loft his way into Ramadan. Took it down. Skopolidis might come away with it. Bakero managed to make sure that didn't happen. Look for Cicek down the line. And for Hume, obviously, they got their first victory of the season last week. Adam Kolek got what he was looking for as the blue wave from Chonburi swept through over the last fortnight and delivered 3 points. Thanks to Wang Sama, who's back in Thailand now. He starred for them last week, 2 brilliant goals. But that was then and this is now. They must begin life without them. And they're looking to get off on the best foot possible as Ramadan, that's a lovely ball. Cicek looked to go audaciously. He had more time than maybe he realised.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Ethan, I mean, both sides have really set an interesting tempo here. Do you think they can keep it up throughout the whole game, or is it going to be a little bit of a burnout? What do you think so far?
I think at the moment, with the way that these sides have started, I mean, Western United, not notorious for their fast starts to games, whereas the Black Army have been this season. They've looked to catch teams out. Although I think they both can go the distance, both need 3 points. Both have had losses in the week of players. And both maybe have had some questions asked because of that, and a point to prove, as Skopolidis is trying to prove just that. A brilliant save from Kartambis, who's Hume's new acquisition in between the sticks. Spent his time in New South Wales, the last couple of years in Brazil, where he will have learnt a lot of futsal throughout that nation, both mad about the game on the outdoor and indoor stage. He's looking to provide a lot more solidity, looking to continue where Khaled Attic left off, who'd done brilliantly in goal in the first part of this season. Skopelidis for Parthamos. He's got a couple to beat. Rolled it for Skopelidis. Ramadan in turn stuck a leg in.
That was a good challenge, very good challenge.
Lucky Ramadan, although he sits at that pivot, is happy to drop deep and help defensively. As they return all the way back to Kartambis. Angelatos cut his ball out. Skopelidis came away with it. Angus looking, and now Jerry to apply that press. To Dustizada. That's a lovely ball for Ramadan, who flashes just wide.
Yeah, it's a good effort there. You can really see that both sides are. There's a little bit of an underbelly out there tonight. There's a bit of a spite, I think, going between, much like the last game. I can see that definitely. I think there'll be a few fouls tonight, Ethan. It's definitely going to total up over the game.
Hume definitely a side not afraid to stick a foot in. Western United have had to show some mettle at times this season. And they are battled hard under Di Maurice's man, as there might be the first of it. Cicek left one in on Angelatos and then recovered to clip long for Ramadan, who took that down wonderfully. But his ball, in the end, ran out of room.
Yeah, it's a shame that it wasn't quite on the same wavelength.
Obviously, Dustizada, his first outing for the Black Army this season. As Parthamos trying to advance beyond Ramadan, there was nothing doing. Elias Parthamos deployed deeper last week against Moorland in order to try and give Western United some control in an all-important top-of-the-table clash. Will he be given room to move this evening? We're yet to see that. He's certainly advancing further early on than he was gifted the opportunity to last week. He is so important to their way that this team plays, George, and obviously a Golden Boot prospect.
Yeah, definitely. And I think something else that I was going to bring in, Ethan, was, I mean, you saw how much in the previous game, the hat-trick hero, the transfer had made a massive difference to Fitzroy. I mean, do you think the transfers could undermine the teams if they've got a bit of a system going? Oh, come out of nowhere there. What a finish.
Cicek on the spot, turning in on the rebound after Lucas Grigg played it right into his path, and the Black Army on the break hit the front against Western United. Goal scorer for Hume, number 7, Ube Cicek.
That's an absolutely marvellous finish. It come out of nowhere, really. A really sweeping move there. And West are going to be a bit caught out with that. I think they're going to be a little bit of a sucker punch there. Oh, nearly come right straight back in there.
Skopelidis looking to give the quickest of replies for United, who once more concede early. They are looking to be tested.
Yeah, that was a little bit against the run of play there, but brilliant finish nevertheless.
Parthamos trying to work the angle. Hume are able to get it away. They look to spread it wide for Cicek. It was Avgo's ball. But right now, Western United well and truly under pressure. In a game that they must win. There is no question about that.
Yeah, they've got to make up that gap.
If they are to keep that title hope alive, as Angelatos for Parthamos. What can he produce?
That's a brilliant challenge. That's fantastic.
Stolen off him, and they might be in for an early double. Cicek might go himself. Lucas Grigg off his line to make a crucial save.
Yeah, that's fantastic goalkeeping from Grigg there. Really made a difference. I think if they go 2 down, Western are going to struggle a little bit here because there's a real energy going through the Hume side, and you can see it right from the back.
Angelatos stole it away from Cicek. Katambis didn't get there. Angelatos looked to find his brother. The Black Army now may be able to break. It's Turkmen one-on-one with Skopelidis. Couldn't find a way beyond him, but that was so dangerous for Hume. They were nearly opened up.
Yeah, you could see it there, Ethan. He got away with one there, absolutely. Totally and utterly got away with one.
Kartambis a bit overzealous as Cicek rolls it back for Turkmen. Smashing ball into the channel. They can't quite work the shot. Parthamos in the way. But right now, Hume, as you said, are riding that wave of momentum.
Yeah, there's a real intricate play to their passing. It's always a good effort there. Yeah, there's a real intricate play to their passing, and you can see that they're all on the same wavelength. I mean, to be honest, I'm a little bit surprised. I thought Western would come out on top and dominate a little bit more, but their back's up against the wall a little bit at the minute, Ethan.
Response needed. Can the Angelatos brothers provide it? That's a lovely return down the line. Unfortunately, running out of room. However, this United side were 2 down against Aku, 2 down against Moorland. They went behind against Fitzroy. They know how to recover from losing positions. We talk about how they've been battle-hardened this season. That will be needed again. This press is where Hume could play themselves into trouble. Kartambis, ever so calm, looking in order to go long and find Dominguez, but Lucas Grigg able to recover. Angelatos again. Galper, his first involvement. Parthamos. United, that's a beautiful ball to find Galper on the return, and Kartambis got out quickly and closed the angle and made a smashing save.
Yeah, the boy from Brazil made all the difference there. It was unbelievable. Absolutely fantastic goalkeeping.
The situation smartly. As Dusty Zada tried to find his way through, Angelatos was the one who came away with it. First Jerry, then Angus. Back with Angus again, looking for Parthamos at the back stick. But Avgo happy to stick a leg out.
Yeah, I mean, I can see goals here, Ethan, definitely throughout the game as it goes on. I mean, I'm just really, really surprised. I mean, reading before the game and looking at what they've done already, I thought Western would really set the tempo, but it's gone the other way so far.
Galper for Parthamos, who has a go. Kartambis, brilliant palm. Campos caught on it by Angelatos. First Angus, then Jerry, who flashes his shot over the bar, but the warning signs are there.
Yeah, it was a good effort. There's a little bit of momentum building now for the team in green.
Turkmen. Dominguez. Now Avgo. Hume's movement is something they've been looking to work on in recent weeks as Turkmen nearly sold short. Dominguez took a heavy touch and was hustled, as was Avgo by Galper. In the end, they couldn't make it work. Kartambis all the way back. He's got Campos if he wants him. Looks to go quickly. Parthamos in strongly but fairly. Julio Campos got the final touch, but was unable to keep it in.
Yeah, it was a good challenge there. And I just wanted to bring in Ethan as well. Like, I mean, the press is phenomenal from Western. If they can keep that up, I mean, Hume are going to struggle to get out. You can see that straight away.
Parthamos. Montiglione introduced. Angelatos. Montiglione immediately making that darting run across the area. A little lapse from Angelatos, lets Hume off the hook. Dominguez to take quickly. Now Turkmen. Avgo. Just slowing things down, the Black Army, in order to find yet another opening and really rock this Western outfit. Galper skipped away from the challenger Campos. Tao Galper might have a go. It might break for Campos now on the break. Montiglione put a stop to it. Western United not really flirting with fire, and Hume, you can feel as well, are looking to take control of it.
Yeah, definitely, Ethan. I think Western will grow as the game goes along. I mean, the press they're setting is, I mean, it's a phenomenal amount of energy. If they can keep that up, I mean, I think Hume will have. Oh, there's some fantastic play there. So it's a scrappy game. It's a much scrappier game than I expected, to be honest.
Avgo. Campos caught on it by Galper this time. Couldn't quite keep it in. And it's a real fraction of the way that this Hume side play. They keep it calm when they can, but in order to try and win that ball back higher up court, they're so sharp on the press. It's something that Adam Kolek has instilled in them. As Turkmen, as Campos down the line, uses Avgo instead. Skipped his way beyond Galper, who dangled a leg out. And Hume will have a free kick.
Yeah, he's going to feel that in the morning.
Dangerous position. Julio Campos stood over it. As Baquero, reintroduced, has made his way over to the back stick. Galper the one-man wall. Lucas Grigg has set it up. Montiglione now comes to greet Baquero. It's Campos' free kick. Ramadan tried to roll it goalwards. Galper came away with it. Nearly sold Soto short, who did well to come away with it in the end. Skip beyond Julio Campos. It is Gerardo Soto. It's flashed across the face.
No, that was fantastic. Played a bit of Jarzinho about him there. Unbelievable. Different class.
The closest they have come to an equaliser. And Western United knocking on the door. It's Campos. And Hume may need a second. Campos with a heavy touch. Angelatos is in. Brilliant save. Not once but twice. That's fabulous goalkeeping from Kartambis.
No, he's made all the difference there. It's world class, that goalkeeping.
Ramadan nearly caught on it. Managed to turn himself away from Angelatos. Brilliant footwork up against Soto. Kept this in play beautifully, did Ramadan. And it took 3 Western United players to stop him. He may well take this quickly. Baquero came shortest. Lokman Ramadan with a truly bulldozing run through.
Yeah, that was scintillating play. I mean, it took 4 people to get the ball off of him. Unbelievable.
Baquero can reset. Ramadan shortest. This time chooses to try and drive his way through Tal Galper instead of work his way round him. But Hume at the moment have Western United worried. a goal up and in the ascendancy. Cicek reintroduced. It might open up for Cicek again to have a go. Lucas Grigg had to be good with his hands and was careful not to spill.
Yeah, he done well there, Grigg. I thought he just lost that for a second, but good goalkeeping in the end.
Soto. Angelatos. Face to face with Ramadan. That Black Army defensive wall well and truly sitting in. Montiglione, Cicek dangled a leg out. And Hume right now are playing with a purpose. You see what a powerful thing momentum is. As Angelatos for Galpa, look to give it back to him. Bakero put a stop to it initially. United run out of room but keep possession. He rolls back for Soto. Montiglione's just drifting inside for him. Angelatos. Found a way beyond Bakero. Lovely ball for Galpa, who got beyond Cicek, who in turn recovered rather wonderfully with a smart foot in.
Yeah, that was a good recovery. You can feel Western are getting a bit more confident now and coming into the game, but that's what they're good at. Their masters are coming back, so we won't write them off just yet.
Galpa's take. Soto, it might open up for him quickly. Nothing doing. Angelatos back for Soto. Cartambis with a strong pair of hands. And the quick distribution to try and find Bakero. Soto, it came away to him. Galpa recovered. Angelatos can restart the Western United saw. Montiglione back to Angelatos via Ramadan. Galpa. Angelatos on a move. Cicek stuck a foot in.
Yeah, the Black Army doing well at the minute. They're staying solid defensively, but they can't withstand this pressure for the whole game.
Western United in the ascendancy. Angelatos' take. Galpa not once but twice. Turned in an equaliser with the most opportunistic of finishes.
Oh, that was inevitable. It's a fantastic finish. Done really well there.
Goal scorer for Western United, number 4, Tal Galpa. It's a well-worked corner.
Yeah, it was fantastic there, Ethan. I think Hume are going to have to knuckle down a little bit now, because if Western, they've got a little bit of flow to their play, and if they get second, then I think they might struggle to come back.
Since going a goal up, Hume hurried, and Cicek is looking to reinstate their advantage as soon as possible. Bakero. Cicek took it off Cartambis, and in the end it invited Western United to press. That goal from Galpa. It will truly galvanise this side. A lovely finish at the second attempt at Cartambis' near post. He was a passenger as Galpa looks to break away again. Angelatos through the middle. Galpa's worked a yard, and Klanaris had to dangle a leg and bring him down and give Western United a free kick in a promising position.
Yeah, that was spiteful. It's definitely left a bit on him now. I think they're going to struggle from this free kick. The pressure's really building from Western now.
Parthemos advanced in discussion with Soto, as Western United will have a timeout to talk tactics over this free kick. They got themselves level from their last set piece via a corner, and right now as we go to a first timeout, it is Hume 1, Western United 1.
Success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup, or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group, and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
We return from timeout in Darebin. We return level, all square, but with Western United knocking on the door of taking an advantage. And my word, do they need it. They have the opportunity to reduce the gap to 7 points to that of Moreland at the top. It may not be applying pressure just yet, but they need to be there in case a slip-up occurs. Parthamos' free kick. Rolled it for Soto, who hit the post.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that was a fantastic piece of play there. Western are definitely nudging in front. They're just a little bit more confident now. You can feel it coming.
Cicek trying to get the Black Army up court. Justizala held up well, got it back from Turkmen. Lovely ball from Bakero. Nobody was home. But it's the inventiveness that Hume have been needing as Galpa for Parthamos. Soto pressed immediately by Bakero, looking to twist and turn. It's a giveaway. Turkmen was able to steal in but couldn't keep it in court.
Yeah, I think both sides are going to want to pick up and try and set the tempo that they had at the start of the game. I mean, Western are in the ascendancy at the moment, though.
Parthamos' clip. Angelatos stole it. And Kartambis lucky that he was able to collect in such a calm environment. He had Hume Scherns around him. If there was a United press, it may not have been so simple. As Bakero pressed by Parthamos. Justizala tried to go long. Grieg recollects. Soto is short for him. He rolls for Parthamos instead. And United have taken that ascendancy. Dima Rice there, delivering the instructions. Angelatos back for Parthamos. Soto down the line. Galpa's on the switch. He uses Soto instead. Look for the return. Bakero got in the way. Turkmen gave it away to Soto. Gerardo Soto. Kartambis made the save. Parthamos tried to hook it towards goal. And in the end, Turkmen cleared his lines in a hurry.
Yeah, they should have done a little bit better there, Western. They might live to regret that.
Parthamos from Galpa. Soto. Breezes beyond Turkmen. Soto had a go.
Yeah, they're building now, Western. You can see there's real patterns in their play, in the possession, the way they're moving the ball. I think the Hume are going to have to knuckle down a little bit, otherwise they're going to come unstuck here.
Kartambis on debut. He's made a couple of clean stops but been called into action. Cicek took that down beautifully. Couldn't get it beyond Parthamos. Justizala there. Back with Cicek. What can he conjure? Can't get beyond Angelatos. And United might be able to break. Elias Parthamos was cut out by Bakero. Justizala now the other way. Klanaris cuts inside. Michael Klanaris. Justizala in the way. Angelatos was there. And Galpa cleared his lines.
Oh, he was unlucky there. I mean, his own man's got in the way. But that's something, it's a bit of a response from Hume. And they needed that because they was coming under the cosh there, Ethan.
Justizala for Klanaris. Cicek. Lovely ball for Klanaris down the line. Dominguez has made the run central. He's got to find a way beyond Angelatos and instead only ran himself out of play. Western United able to reset. Parthamos as Erkan Bayrakli makes his way on court. And Angelatos for Parthamos. Keeping it so calm. Bayrakli face to face with Justizala, looking to work his way indoors. Nothing was quite doing. The clearance broke to Parthamos. It was hustled on it by Dominguez. Angelatos there to clean up. All the way back to Grieg. Now Jerry Angelatos finds Angus. Lovely return. Dominguez stuck a leg out. Justizala came away with it. Cicek has to work his way beyond 3 United shirts. In the end, Bayrakli gets his way through. But that high press is so important because Hume right now are unable to play their way out.
Yeah, you can see it. You can see the ideas there, but they just can't seem to get a system going. I think Western are, yeah, they're definitely in the ascendancy. You can see the difference.
Cicek for Klanaris. Black Army conceding territory, but then going long with a lovely ball to Dominguez. That was glorious from Cicek. Justizala. Dominguez trying to dance his way beyond Angelatos. Fabulous ball, seeded into Cicek, who took it down, skipped beyond one. Parthamos stuck a leg in. Now Angelatos might go by himself. Justizala looking to hold him up. Brilliant ball into Parthamos. Elias Parthamos couldn't get it beyond Cicek, who skipped away with it. But Angelatos stuck a foot in. Elias Parthamos, it nearly opened up for him, and it would have been a brilliant goal.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to say sitting here, Ethan, but he should have scored. He could have done a little bit better, you know.
Klanaris for Cicek. Justizala, that United press finally broken. Dominguez, can he turn and strike? Laid it off for Michael Klanaris. It opened up for him to have a stab. Before Angelatos shut the door, the Black Army have a corner and they may be looking to take it quickly. Dominguez, ushered by Parthamos. Justizala left it. Cicek had a drive. And that one high but not so handsome.
Yeah, he skied that completely there. I mean, you can tell really that Hume, they're trying to re-establish themselves in the game, but Western are definitely, they've just got that little bit of flow to their play. It's just a real difference you can see in the two teams at the minute.
Angelatos tried to find his way down the line. Nothing was doing as Clonarus and Cartambis were the only players beyond him. And Hume can regather. Cartambis, that's a lovely ball for Dominguez. Had 3 Western United shirts to beat, and he did. Grigg made a reflex save. He got down brilliantly, but that was a dazzling turn from Dominguez.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with going down Route 1 if it works, Ethan. They nearly managed to make it go there.
Dustizala. The Black Army showcasing all of the arsenal right now. Lovely ball from Dominguez. Dustizala continued his run. Angelatos kept it in, but in the end couldn't keep the second time in. Gave away a corner. Angus got in the way. Jerry looked to clear. Dominguez came away with it. Dustizala kept it calm. That's a beautiful ball for Avgo. Lovely down the line for Clonarus, waiting on his cavalry. Dominguez is the one to come for him. Dustizala had Angelatos to beat, but got his feet wrong in the end. Skopolidis reinstated. And United might look to cool things down. Parthamos. Can they find a goal before half-time to give themselves the lead, and an important one at that? Here is Elias Parthamos looking to work his way indoors. Skopolidis, lovely 1-2. But once again, this Hume defence holding tightly. Bayrakli. Skopolidis. Angelatos. Bayrakli. Looking to dance his way beyond Dominguez. Found an avenue inside. Turkmen stuck a leg and has stopped it. Avgo might be able to go the other way. Had a stab at goal, and it was just wide of the post.
Yeah, I'm not sure the goalkeeper knew what he was doing there, to be honest, Ethan. He was a bit unlucky. It was a good effort, really good effort there.
Bayrakli tried to find Angelatos, who was advancing down the line, but he ran out of room before being able to take it under. Ramadan back in at the pivot. Under 7.5 before half-time. It's been a game where United have taken control of it in the last 5 minutes, but the Black Army, to their credit, have had their looks.
Yeah, they're holding firm at the minute, Ethan, but it's still a long way to go.
Certainly. Avgo. Smashing ball to find Campos. Ramadan. Lovely return. Julio Campos gripped it well. Brilliant save. Skopolidis hacked it clear. That was a gorgeous stop from Lucas Grigg to restore and keep parity. As Hume had their opening, Ramadan's ball was an absolute perler. Parthamos came away with that attempted clip. Skopolidis looking to battle his way beyond. Angelatos flew in as bodies hit the floor. And in the end, it is Turkmen to put a stop to all of the simmering tension.
Yeah, I mean, there's bodies in the middle there, left, right and centre, but just going back to that previous play, I mean, that's fantastic from the goalkeeper. That's a really brilliant save. He's got to do better there. He's got to score there, the Hume man.
Angelatos looked to go down the line. Parthamos wanted to find him. But there was once again nothing doing. They don't mind allowing teams some space to Hume. It's Cartambis. Smashing ball into Ramadan. That's a brilliant take. Couldn't skip beyond Parthamos. Western United have 3-on-2. Elias Parthamos skipped by. Rolled it for Bayrakli, who had to go home to Skopolidis after it was a touch behind him. Angelatos and Bayrakli now looking to provide him options. Bayrakli got on the turn. Ramadan cut out his ball to Parthamos. Campos did well. It is Ramadan, and Angelatos was across to make a brilliant block.
Yeah, it's end-to-end stuff, Ethan. You can sense another goal's coming. I mean, if either side can get to half-time and keep it as it is, I think both teams would be pleased, because it really is like a basketball game at the minute. It's end-to-end.
Campos. In for Ramadan. Campos has an opening! And Grigg got across to his near post to make a smart stop. Julio Campos had an angle. United wanted a foul, it wasn't given. It's a brilliant hit from Turkmen off the corner. And Hume are knocking on the door, having withstood a United storm. The Black Army are looking to once more reinstate their lead on this game as Parthamos for Skopolidis. Bezatpour in at the pivot for the first time this evening. Parthamos looked to find him. Turkmen came away with it. Ramadan worked his way indoors. Bezatpour and Skopolidis both couldn't stop him in the end. It was Darcy Skopolidis' challenge. Needed to stop a Ramadan run. Lovely long ball to find Galpa, who couldn't quite take it down. as the Black Army want timeout, and Adam Kollek will get his wish. It's been a free-flowing affair, and with just over 5 minutes to go before the main break, it is Hume 1, Western United 1. As we return live from a Black Army timeout. 1-1 is the score. Galpa's leveller cancelled out a Hume opener, with both sides trading blows. Trading the ebb and flow of a true arm wrestle of a contest, as Bezadpour's looking to press Turkmen. Campos with a lovely little flick to find Bakero, who looked to return the favour. Galpa was alert to it. Soto now has Ramadan to beat. Chooses to roll it to Parthamos. Bezadpour's dropped deepest. Soto's continued his run, took it down with the deftest of chests. Trying to work his way out of a Hume sandwich. Instead uses Berad Bezadpour nicely. Now Parthamos again. Galpa tried to outstretch a leg. He came short too early, and in the end it trickles out of play. But George, right now, just over 5 minutes to go to half-time, whose camp would you rather be in?
Well, I mean, to be honest, I think I think Western have got the more skillful players out there, but there's a real determination from Hume, especially on the break. You're going to see it now, Ethan.
As Ramadan looking to have a go. Parthamos got in the way. Ramadan didn't give it up. Skipped by two via a deflection. It looped over Lucas Griggs' goal for a corner, and it can all change oh so quickly for United. Wasted possession at one end and Ramadan bearing down at the other. He lets it go for Julio Campos to roll. Bezadpour there to make the clearance. Campos looking to recover. Kollek tells him to let it trickle out of play. There's Campos for Turkmen. Galpa leading the press. Soto now. Bakero, lovely ball down the line for Ramadan, who uses Turkmen. Bakero tried to skip his way beyond Soto, but nothing was doing. You can tell at the moment, with the players they've got out on court, Hume, that they are looking to go for a half-time lead, maybe even provide themselves with a cushion, but United are holding firm. Galpa leading the press. Campos trying to turn his way beyond Bezadpour, couldn't quite. Soto found the return. Berard Bezadpour on the chip. Couldn't quite divert it on target. It's been an evening of chip goals. Rogan had two of the most delightful in the previous game. It was an audacious finish, George, and maybe the right one to go for.
Yeah, there was a little bit against the run of play from West. Oh, unlucky there. Yeah, as you were saying, Ethan, that was a little bit against the run of play because Hume have been in the ascendancy lately, but I'll tell you what, they was really unlucky there, Western. They could have done a bit better, to be honest.
Clanaris. Black Army looking to keep this moving. Kartambis collects via a Galpa deflection. Dustizala. Clanaris, beautiful ball, and Galpa was alert to the danger. He cut that out smartly, and United right now, defensively, are determined in their efforts. Campos nearly made Clanaris run over it. They tried to get it back. Bezadpour stuck a leg in. Julio Campos might have it open up for him. Parthamos and Bezadpour work to get away with it. Berad Bezadpour kept going. Dustizala stuck an elbow in, and in the end, Kartambis will collect. Hume will get away with a more robust defensive exchange.
Yeah, he was unlucky there. He bulldozed his way through the Hume defence.
Cicek. Galpa closed his options down, but he'll regain from the side and restart proceedings for Hume. Klanaris. Cartambis broke wide. Galpa put a cut out to his ball to Cicek, who returned and tried to clip Dominguez down the line. Soto was able to stick a leg in. Hume just have a way right now of gaining territory. It is all about the yards. It is all about which half you operate in, and Cicek might be looking to have a go. A little ball roll. Grigg gathered calmly. Rolls for Soto. As Parthamos to his right, Bezakpour to his left. He chooses Elias Parthamos. Lovely return ball for Soto as Dominguez at his back. Cicek coming across to provide cover. And in the end, they were both a bit overzealous on the press. And Gerardo Soto will have a Western United free kick.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the argument is there with the referee. I mean, he's just really overzealous there. It was definitely a foul. Very long, Ethan.
They will be able to launch another attack. Under 3.5 remain. Prior to half-time, Galpa went all the way back for Parthamos, who switched straight away for Soto. Found a way inside. Gerardo Soto's hit. Cartambis spilled, able to gather coolly without much pressure. He wants to go long for Dominguez. Soto put a stop to it. Dominguez worked the angle well. Galpa stuck a foot in. But that route said before, George, is something that Hume have really looked to utilise.
I don't think Western have got an answer to it. That's the thing. I mean, Hume just keep getting away with it time and time again, Ethan. They need to be a bit careful, really, Western.
Dustizala. Cicek. Klanaris. For Cicek once more. Had Soto to beat, tried to roll Dustizala. Bezakpour made sure he ran out of room before getting there. He rolls for Soto. Now Parthamos. It is a true chess match. Will United be able to call check prior to the break? Soto for Galpa. Cicek stuck a leg in. Parthamos came away with it. Skip beyond Dustizala. And two. Parthamos' effort blocked. Not the first time, but the second as well. Dominguez then Cicek, but that was beautiful from Elias Parthamos.
Yeah, that was absolutely mesmerising. He's done everything right but score.
Tried to twist and turn his way through this Hume defence. He gets again from Angelatos. Is there another mazy run? Rolled it through the legs. Bezakpour back to Parthamos. That is a beautiful goal for Western United to turn it around. Bezakpour's flick was complete and utter brains, and Parthamos could have gone the piercing finish, but instead just rolled it into the back of the net, and United complete the turnaround. Goal for Western United, number 6, Elias Parthamos.
Yeah, I mean, he was unlucky with the first attempt, but they didn't make no mistake with the second, and they're in for another one here, Western.
Bezakpour going for a quick double. Cartambis scrabbling across his face. Western United have the lead now, they want a cushion. And Western United have the lead now, they want a cushion. And Bezakpour, that's his best look so far. Dustizala received long. Angelatos stuck a leg in. His clearance only as far as Cicek. Tried to find Dominguez, but nothing was doing. He didn't quite get it, Ube Cicek. Hume will have a corner. Might have taken a slight nick on its way through. And now they may be able to draw their lead once more. Draw themselves level once again. He took it wide. Dustizala snuck in. Galpa via Grigg, and United get it clear. Galpa looks to go his own way. Dominguez gave him a little shove. It was a miss by the official, and United will have another free kick.
Yeah, it was different class. The goalkeeping there made an absolute worldie of a save. Unbelievable that, Ethan.
The Black Army certainly turning up a more physical approach as Galpa. Parthamos, Angelatos. Parthamos again. He has a go, Elias Parthamos. It was a sighter. Already on the score sheet, wanting to add a second and double United's lead. As Cartambis rolls for Dustizala. Cicek. Klanaris ran out of room. Bezakpour on the press. He tried to just flick one round the corner. And this Western United press now well and truly reaching breaking point. Parthamos, Angelatos, Parthamos once more. Drives his way inside, took two Hume defenders to try and stop it. Galpa skipped his way beyond Cicek. Klanaris stuck a foot in, got the Black Army going. Galpa, that's a beautiful recovery challenge.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I think the one player that's just standing out for me, Finis Parthimos, he's making all the difference out there. He's almost winning the game on his own. He's been absolutely brilliant for Western.
Cicek tried to roll it for Klanaris. Bezapor quickly alert to it. Got his foot in the way. And that is the difference right now. United have been clinical when they've had the opportunity, as Klanaris tries to have a go. Whereas for Hume at the moment, it all seems a touch rushed. Dominguez tried to deflect it goalwards, nothing was doing. Parthamos, Gelper. He too has had a starring first half as Parthamos tried to give Bezapor down the line. Cicek cut it out. Lovely ball for Dominguez. Dustizala was one more. Angelatos got in the way. Gelper went to go. Klanaris came flying in. Caught a leg on his way down. And we will have to have a pause in proceedings as Michael Klanaris looks to be in a rough way.
Yeah, that was a spiteful challenge there. I think it's all good though. Everyone's shaking hands at the end. But yeah, it was a bit of a worry when he went down and hit the deck there. Looks okay to me, Ethan. Looks. Yeah, I think he's just coming off now.
Hey, Natalie, go ask for ice at the counter. Go ask for some ice.
Klanaris making. You heard from Peter Parthamos, he may need some ice. As United maybe looking to cool down this first half. Parthamos' flick for Bezapor. Cicek got physical enough not to foul him, but well done to win in. Rolled it back for Bakero. Kartambis. That's a searching ball for Dominguez, who took it down. Grig quickly off his line, made it all count. That was good goalkeeping. Parthamos. Angelatos. Parthamos once more. Dustizala trying to pressure him. He looks to clip long. Bezapor took that down beautifully. That's a deft touch, and it will be the final action of an enthralling first half. A true arm wrestle in Darabin, which Hume took the lead of, but Western United were able to turn around thanks to Tal Galper, and then a lovely finish from Elias Parthamos, and half-time in an enthralling contest. Don't go anywhere, because it is Western United 2, Hume 1.
Halo, salam olahraga untuk seluruh pencinta futsal di Indonesia. Kami dari Morlan Futsal Club dan Series Futsal akan mengadakan giveaway, di mana akan dipilih 15 pemenang. Masing-masing pemenang akan mendapatkan satu jersey original dari Morlan Futsal Club. Syaratnya sangat gampang, langsung saja follow akun Instagram ini dan akan dipilih selama 5 hari ke depan. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Let's go!
I grew up with low self-esteem. Was me and my mama just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. What a bowl. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. The crew riding round in a benzo. Ready? I've been in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive, but look at me now.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. For basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard, and maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
George, what did you make of the first half?
Yeah, I just follow what you're saying. I think that was really, really unlucky, Hugh. I mean, there's a chance coming up here. 1 second.
Angelatos ran out of room, but just quickly. That first half, it was played at such a frantic pace. But who would you? It's obvious to say United, but who would you rather be right now?
Honestly, I'd rather be Hume. I think I can see as a direct style of play coming through from them, and if they stick with that, they'll have a better second half.
Turkmen. Looking to dance his way beyond Parthamos and Skopolidis. Him and Cicek nearly ran in each other's way. Skopolidis looked to keep it in, and in the end, the official was collateral damage as Darcy Skopolidis took a bit of a stumble with a helping hand from Turkmen. Dustizala. Cicek, who's been the conductor in the first half. Turkmen. His skipper. Ramadan. Can he work? Trying to beat the United press. Soto instigating, Skopolidis obliging him, and in the end Hume can't quite clear their lines, but they will be able to retain possession.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a slow start, but they're going to go along, and that route one, that's what I'm looking for this second half. If they can get through, because I don't think Western had an answer to it. They cut right through them like butter through a knife. Unbelievable.
Cicek goes all the way back to Carlos on debut. That's a brilliant ball for Ramadan. Lovely flick for Dustizala, who couldn't quite apply the finish, having stolen a yard and danced his way into the far post.
Yeah, as I was just saying, he just saw that route one in action there. Very lucky.
Soto. Parthamos. Skopolidis. United rattled. They need the response to start slowly. Smashing ball for Skopolidis from Parthamos. It comes back to Soto. Ramadan got in the way. He won it back, and now the Black Army can break. Ramadan goes inside. He's trying to find a way beyond Parthamos, who did brilliantly. United now with an opportunity to counter. Angelatos has 2 to beat, now 3, and then the entire Hume side. In the end, he chose to go home to Soto. Parthamos, Skopolidis. Angelatos advancing for him. Parthamos. Lovely ball, Angelatos. Dustizala trying to nip at his heels. Soto. Parthamos. They calm it down. United, they saw the opportunity to go on the break as it's rough for Skopolidis. The face with Cicek, turned his way round, but in the end turned himself into touch as well.
Yeah, you can see the impact Parthamos has there. He slowed the tempo down for everybody. Calm heads, and it's going to suit him a little bit of a slower pace, Ethan.
Dustizala. Turkmen. Soto stuck a leg out. It came back to Turkmen, broke fortuitously for him. He now clips up the line. Ramadan tried to make it work, but in the end they run out of court. As we have an Angelatos switch on the Western United bench. And Lucas Grigg, he's in a hurry to restart proceedings. Parthamos. Has Soto deepest. Angelatos has now broken for him. Skopolidis has made a bursting run down the side. It does find him from Angelatos. Darcy Skopolidis face to face. Rolled it for Soto, who has Cicek to beat. It is Gerardo Soto. It's flashed over the bar.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit of a tight angle, but he could have done a bit better there. I mean, that was sky high, Ethan. Don't know where that was going.
They are knocking on the door. A third and some breathing room is a necessity for Demarais and co. As Ramadan's looking to even the score. Skip beyond Parthemos, but ran himself too wide. Elias stayed with him in the end and stuck a leg out brilliantly in order to put an end to any Hume attacks. Cicek has come to near side for the kick-in. Turkmen on the break. Cicek's ball in. It came all the way out for Turkmen, but in the end, he couldn't get any purchasing foot on it. Western United now. All they have to do is be poised in possession. Find a way to pick Hume apart, as they had done towards the end of the first half. Skopolidis immediately under pressure from that Angelatos ball. Parthemos happy to get on the clean-up. Soto. Angelatos back with Soto. Skopolidis. Parthemos played Soto down the line. Cambis made a great save. Skopolidis looked to follow in. And in the end, the Black Army get it clear.
Yeah, Parthemos is just the beating heart of this team. Doing everything out there. He's the brains of the operation. You can see it, Ethan.
Smashing ball from Elias Parthemos, and he's found from Soto straight away. Angle for a shot of his own. Got by Dustin Cicek. Angelatos was hurried. Angelatos has continued. Western United appeals are turned down. So lively whenever he's at it. Cicek scored from similar range last week, has a go! It opened up for Ube Cicek and he wasn't far away.
No, it was a scintillating effort. Really, really, really unlucky there.
Another change. Galpa reinstated. Turkmen's corner. Cicek. All the way back to Kartambis. Lovely ball to find Campos. Baquero. Pressed by Galpa. Slipped it through the legs beautifully. Got it to Turkmen. Campos was furthest back. Cicek's dropped even deeper to make sure they have some possession. Baquero skinned Angelatos. Had a go! And fired it just wide of the far post.
Oh, it was really unlucky there, Ethan. That would have been a marvellous, marvellous finish outside of the boot. Beautiful stuff. Unlucky.
He burst free. Did Baquero. It was a blistering Black Army move. Parthemos looking to get Western United going. They need to lay a glove in this second half. Angelatos. Parthemos. Switches for Angelatos. Galpa's continued. Tau Galpa goes way too high, and Hume are happy to reset at the moment. A couple of changes being made. Dominguez reinstated. As United, it was a half chance, a real snapshot, as Baquero looks to roll Dominguez in down the line. But how crucial are even those snapshots and those half chances going to be for them as this half progresses?
Yeah, I mean, I think they've got to improve. I mean, Hume would take those sort of efforts all day long. I mean, they really need to try and get a little bit closer to goal.
Angelatos. Galpa sold him short. Dominguez tried to nip in. Galpa's got away. Kartambis came. That's excellent goalkeeping. He got there beautifully and judged it to perfection. United nearly had Hume caught out. Galpa gallivanted forward. Angelatos ran over Bayrakli's ball. Parthemos looked to have a go. A real sighter from range. And there are Hume appeals for handball.
Yeah, I mean, they're fuming. They're absolutely going wild there. I think there's going to be a bit of a break in play here, Ethan.
Cicek. Campos. Tried to give Dominguez down the line again. He's looked to make those runs into the channels. Parthemos has had him marshalled well. Great to reset. Bayrakli. Rolls it for Angelatos. United trying to take the sting out of a feisty 5 minutes. Angelatos nearly found perfectly by Parthemos, who was in on Campos, who came away with it. Skipped by Bayrakli, two for good measure. Had Cicek running centrally. Went all the way back to Dominguez. He now finds Baquero. Does it open up for somebody? Returns it for Parthamos once more. Galper sold him a bit short. Dominguez got in. Galper then tried to hustle him off it. Dominguez kept it in play. Rolled it for Campos at the back post, who couldn't apply the finishing touch. That is a huge chance.
Yeah, that was marvellous play there. They was quite unlucky, really. I mean, I thought they was just going to pull that off.
Julio Campos darted his way through. The ball was beautiful. Direct from Dominguez to find him. He couldn't quite apply the finishing touch, or any touch for that matter, as Galper once again sells Angelatos short. Baquero comes away with it via Campos. Clanaris clips it for Dominguez. Parthamos is at his back. Bayrakli came across to make it a 2-on-1. Hume will retain possession. Campos switch immediately for Clanaris. Lovely ball to find Dominguez, who can turn his way. Parthamos pushed into floor. And Hume have a free kick in a truly dangerous position.
Yeah, they need to make the most of that. It was a free kick absolutely all day long. This is a phenomenal opportunity. They've got to make the most of this.
Cicek reinstated. Will it be a Cicek cracker? This is the most promising avenue back for Hume so far. Campos is stood over. It will be Julio Campos to roll for Cicek. Brilliant save. Top save from Lucas Grigor. Got his angles right, and he had to.
Yeah, that was top class goalkeeping there. No panic. Done really, really well.
For Hume, it may be an opportunity wasted. It's Campos for Clanaris. Galper this time. The one providing the block. As Julio Campos and Hume are knocking on the Western United door. The pressure starting to tell. Cartambis, Clanaris. Cartambis once more, looks to roll Campos in down the line. Grig alert to the danger. The ball was too strong for anybody anyway. Bayrakli from Parthamos. Back with Parthamos, who looks audaciously for Angelatos, who, in fairness to him, got on his bike, but there was just too much on it. Hume can reload once more. Cartambis. Lovely lob. Dominguez took that down deftly. Had two for company. Rolled his way inside of them both. Campos, lovely. Baquero did brilliantly to hold off Bayrakli. Dominguez. Baquero. Works his way indoors. Dominguez, brilliant return. Galper was alert to the danger. Him and Bayrakli ushered that out so crucially.
Yeah, I mean, you can really sense the atmosphere building now. Both sides need to get it. They know the next goal's important.
Campos trying to bulldoze his way beyond Parthamos and Bayrakli. Nothing was quite doing. Parthamos under pressure gave it away. Clanaris got it from Campos. It is Michael Clanaris. It wasn't miles away, but it's another Hume opportunity that goes begging.
Yeah, they need to start making these count, Ethan. They're racking up these misses.
Time not quite of the essence just yet. Bayrakli for Soto. Angelatos. Galper. Tried to breeze his way beyond Clanaris. Nearly did beautifully before running out of room. And Hume again are just able to keep their foothold on this one. Clanaris. It opens up for him, and Lucas Grigg had a sturdy pair of hands behind it to hold comfortably. He looked long for Bayrakli, but it was too long for anybody in the end.
Yeah, he's done well there, Greg. I thought he lost it for a split second there, but he retained it really well.
Baquero, Clanaris, Avgo. Clanaris once more. Looked to clip Avgo down the line, had too much on it. Run out of any sort of room. Soto rolls it for Galper. Bayrakli face to face with Baquero. Soto. Angelatos. Soto once more, acting as a true anchor. Bayrakli gave it away to Baquero. Avgo looked to turn and shoot. He twisted and turned his way through. Bayrakli made up for his error and spared his blushes by sticking an all-important foot in.
Yeah, they're just overcooking it, Hume. They're doing absolutely everything right except putting the ball in the back of the net.
Clanaris. Dominguez. Baquero. Will Hume be haunted by their misses as Avgo face to face with Soto? Skipped it by. It's a lovely hit from Dominguez.
Oh, he was unlucky there. That was effort from the number 99. He's a phenomenal athlete.
Grigg. Can he galvanise a Western United third? It would give them an ever so strong grip on this game. For aside from 5 minutes before half-time, they haven't truly been at their best. Bayrakli. Skipped inside Clanaris. Angelatos. Bayrakli once more. Beautiful footwork. Soto's made a darting run. He finds Gerardo Soto. That is a superb stop. Absolutely brilliant from Kartambis at only the cost of a corner.
Yeah, you can really sense it. The next goal is going to make all the difference here. Both sides don't want to give it away, Ethan.
United corner. Soto's take. Galpa. Work his way indoors. Instead goes for Angelatos. Soto. Baquero. Relentless in that press. It epitomises Hume's effort this evening. United have not had any room to breathe as Angelatos rolls for Sotos. Now uses Clanaris once more. Lovely ball for Ramadan, who got goal side of Galpa. Lukman Ramadan. It took a touch and it will be a corner. They are pushing hard for an equaliser. They want the platform to win it, not the platform to save it. Ramadan to take. It broke for Avgo, who couldn't get his shot away beyond Angelatos. Soto joined him for company. Clanaris and Baquero nearly ran into each other. Baquero came away with it. Skip beyond Soto beautifully. It's Ramadan, and Grigg made himself big, but it was a tame effort.
Yeah, it was brilliant. But pretty football, but no end product still.
Angelatos from Galpa's switch. It might open up for him, but he can only find the side netting. United having some freedom, having a break of their own. Fresh court for Angelatos to roam as Avgo is found by Kartambis. Turkman. This time the switch sold short for Galpa. Montileone's advanced. Tao Galpa dragged his shot wide. It opened up for him. He had time and options, but chose not to use them.
Yeah, I think you can really tell that Western they need to go and get that next goal because you can feel the pressure building from the Black Army at the minute.
Clanaris. Turkmen, lovely move to get beyond Angelatos. Parthamos on the recovery, skipped his way beyond one and then two. That's glorious from Elias Parthamos, who ran out of room before being able to play the ball to Montileone. But that trickery relieves so much pressure on a Western United defence that is pushed further deeper, coming under increasing raids from the Black Army as Hume. They want a leveller, they need it. Clanaris, Kartambis. Lovely ball. Kartambis had a go himself. And via a deflection, Hume will keep the pressure on. There is no letting up on this United side. Just over 10 minutes remain. Plenty of time for Hume to turn this around. Clanaris cuts inside. Michael Clanaris, brilliant save. Lucas Grigg with another top stop.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure's building. I mean, I don't know if Western are going to keep this up for the rest of the game. The pressure is building and building from the Black Army.
It's another Hume corner. Many a foray forward. Ramadan flashed across the face from Turkmen. Nobody was quite home. Dustizala faked the run before holding as Parthamos for Soto. Montileone's advanced. He couldn't get it beyond Dustizala, but the idea was there. Ramadan might be able to break. Soto and Parthamos put an end to it. Soto might be able to come away with it now. Had many a Black Army shirt to beat. Skipped by two beautifully. Gerardo Soto sat Kartambis down. And Montileone with a marvellous finish to give Western United on the break the most precious of breathing room. Goal scorer for Western United, number 14, Ben Montileone.
Yeah, you got a feel for Hume there, Ethan. That's going to knock the wind out of their sails. They really were building good pressure, and now Western are comfortable.
Gorgeous goal, and it is so crushing for those in Hume Black. who have huffed and puffed but not found a way. They may be able with Dustizala too. Grigg did brilliantly to cover his angles. Looking for Montileone, can only find his opposite number. Kartambis flicks one out for Ramadan. Might open up for Ramadan to have a go. Grigg spilled. Angelatos first on the scene. Rolled it wide for his brother. Angus and Jerry combined. Now Montileone. Parthemos, who's got some room. Elias Parthemos! And Angelatos couldn't turn it in at the back stick.
Oh, I don't know how that's not gone in. That was a scintillating effort. Do not know how that's not ended up in the back of the net.
It was wonderful Western United futsal. They were at their very best in that move. Parthemos with a piercing ball to the back post. And the finish evaded Angelatos. A 3-goal buffer may prove to be enough. It's been one of those games. A true arm wrestle of two sides where just that last little touch of quality has been the separator. As Parthemos, Angelatos, Montileone currently has possessed it, as has Parthemos. Lovely ball for Angelatos. Dustizala tried to get his way beyond him. A bit of a tussle and Hume will have a free kick. As Angelatos was a bit overeager to get beyond him. Cicek. Dustizala. Lovely ball wide for Turkmen. Face to face with Angelatos. Turkmen via a deflection. Lucas Grigg, that is a super save.
Yeah, they haven't let that Western goal dampen their spirits. They're still really having a go and trying to get back into this game.
It is another Hume corner. Lucas Grigg with a gorgeous stop to preserve a 2-goal buffer. Cicek, Kartambis. Cicek once more opens up for Cicek. Flashes wide in the near post. But they cannot afford to continue to leave him open. They will have seen his wonder goal last week. It's Parthemos. Montileone hustled by Cicek. Dominguez unlucky. Angelatos. Montileone trying to twist and turn himself into trouble. Dustizala came away with it. Appeals for a penalty, nothing doing. Angelatos came away with it. Parthemos now. It's Elias Parthemos. He flashed it wide.
No, he was really unlucky there, Parthemos. It's been absolutely fantastic all evening. He was really, really unlucky not to get a fourth goal.
As Hume, having been rocked, having conceded a third, will call timeout. It's been a second half arm wrestle. It is not quite over yet. There is still plenty of time for the Black Army to bustle their way back into it. They haven't surrendered, but Western United do lead them by 3-1.
Halo, salam olahraga untuk seluruh pencinta futsal di Indonesia. Kami dari Morlan Futsal Club dan Series Futsal akan mengadakan giveaway di mana akan dipilih 15 pemenang. Masing-masing pemenang akan mendapatkan 1 jersey original dari Morlan Futsal Club. Syaratnya sangat gampang, langsung saja follow akun Instagram ini dan akan dipilih selama 5 hari ke depan. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Let's go!
I grew up with low self-esteem. It was me and my mama, just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. The crew riding around in a benzo. Red I'm in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive, but look at me now.
We are back from what could be the most crucial of timeout breaks for the Black Army. Hume find themselves 3-1 down in a game where they haven't really been 2 goals worse off than Western United. It's been a true arm wrestle. Scrappy tussle between two sides, both in need of a win to restore momentum or to keep it going well and truly. As Cicek, Dustizala, Turkmen. What a goal will do for Hume right now. My word, they need it. That's a beautiful ball to find Dominguez. Back to Parthemos, Angelatos, both of them. It took 2 brothers to stop him. He kept going, and in the end, Cicek stuck a leg out. But Western United will have the ball. George, in order for Hume to get back into this contest right now, what do they need?
I think, to be honest, they need to keep doing what they've been doing. They've been really, really unlucky. Had some great chances, just haven't scored.
Parthamos. Angelatos back for Parthamos. Face to face with Dominguez. Skopelidis, who's been reinstated. Elias Parthamos. Angelatos. Parthamos just waiting on the run. Had Angelatos drop deeper. Parthamos again conducting this Western United side. Nearly sold Skopelidis short. Just Dizala stuck a leg out. United retain it. But Skopelidis was nearly sold into trouble. Parthamos. Back with Darcy Skopelidis again. Hume go high on the press. Turkmen got the head in. It ricocheted back to him via Angelatos. Cicek. Lovely ball back. Just Dizala. Turkmen. Cicek again. Skipped inside. Cicek had a go. Lucas Grigg equal to the task. He's had a tidy night in between the sticks. A lot of talk about Aaron Hughes' departure from those in green this evening. However, United, to their credit, have put the faith in Grigg, and he is repaying it as Cicek picked Parthamos' pocket. It's Ube Cicek. He flashes again across the face. It's another huge Hume look.
That's it. They've done every single thing they could possibly do except score another goal. It's unbelievable.
Time may now be becoming a factor. As Grigg rolls it for Parthamos. Under 7 minutes remain. Angelatos. Parthamos. And these two happy to keep it between themselves. And now the brother is involved. Angus. Back with Jerry Angelatos. Parthamos. Skopelidis is down the line. Angus Angelatos has made a brilliant run. And it was a devilish dummy as that Parthamos effort. They looked to catch Hume out. Kartambis watched it all the way, even though he may have saw the second phase of it late. As Dustizala from Turkmen is looking to get Hume firing forward. Dominguez. Dustizala. Has Skopelidis to beat. Cicek as an option. Uses Cicek. Kartambis. Skip by Parthamos. Kartambis is going to have a go. Angelatos got in the way. Dustizala with a clearance turn shot. Parthamos now comes away with it. Elias Parthamos tried the lob. Kartambis got himself perfectly behind it and caught with the utmost ease. As Turkmen. Dustizala. Rolls it for Cicek. Can he skip beyond Skopelidis? Cicek looked and thought about the shot. Dustizala. Dominguez. Sustained Hume pressure and possession. United defensive shape being tested as Cicek for Turkmen. Skips inside Angelatos, but in the end, he has a strike that doesn't come to any avail.
Yeah, Western are standing firm. Hume's pressure's mounting and mounting, but you can't fault United. They are not succumbing to it.
Skopelidis to restart. Lovely clip for Angelatos. That's a teasing flick. Angus gave up on it. Kartambis. Cicek. Under pressure from Angus Angelatos. Skopelidis joined in. Cicek went to ground. Hume will have a free kick. He took a rather heavy tumble, did the Hume skipper.
Yeah, he's going to feel that in the morning. And I'll tell you what, they really need to start making these chances count because the clock is ticking.
5 minutes remain in what has been a truly massive arm wrestle in Darabin. Is there yet more drama for this place to provide us with before we have a couple of weeks off for Easter? Can Hume provide it? Dustizala. Kartambis. Dustizala once more, pressed by Angelatos. Cicek. Kartambis. They work it nicely. They take their time with it. If they are to score, it may well and truly have to be now as Cicek. Lovely ball. Kartambis, beautiful switch for Dominguez. It comes all the way back out to Cicek. Dominguez once more. Turkmen can't turn it in, but does the second time via Angelatos, and Hume are well and truly alive. Goal scorer for Hume, number 24, Turkmen. They hunted. They hunted and they have a way back. Black Army haven't surrendered no matter what has been thrown at them. And Georgie said they needed to put it in the net more. Well, there's your answer.
Yeah, well, to be honest, they deserve it. I mean, they've been at it all night and they've been really, really unlucky. They deserve that goal. It's game on now.
Kartambis via Angelatos. Hume with a burst of energy. Parthamos unfortunate. Wrong place, wrong time to get a touch on Turkmen's effort. Angelatos looked to get in the wrong side of Dustizala. Galpa turned away from it. Angelatos kept going. Turkmen did well to get in the way and get back up. Cicek came away with it. Turkmen once more. Dustizala. United going on the press. Dominguez is now one-on-one with Parthamos. He has skipped beyond Angelatos, who tried to come and support. Dominguez. Cicek. Dominguez once again. Turkmen. Cicek, they take their time with it. Beautiful ball for Dustizala. Dominguez, unbelievable. A world-class save from Grigg to keep United in front.
Oh, that was unbelievable. That could make all the difference for Western. They really owed a goalkeeper one.
Angelatos, as United are desperate to try and call a timeout. Two brothers combined nicely. Dominguez trying to prevent Jerry's run. He skipped beyond him, but ran out of room. As Dustizala finds Turkmen. Gave it away to Galpa. Angelatos has marauded through the middle. It's broken to Angus Angelatos via Jerry. He looked to roll in Parthamos, who came away with it from Cicek's clearance before running himself into touch. Cicek to reset. Rolls for Kartambis. That's a smashing ball. Kartambis for Dominguez. Cicek. Turkmen. Kartambis, and they have 5 out now, Hume. That net is vacant. Turkmen with another hit. Grigg with the save. Parthamos tried to pry it away from him, and in the end United will be able to retain possession and also have a timeout to calm things down and slow the pace of a Hume side who are humming towards an equaliser. Western United made to work for it right now. They lead Hume by 3-2.
Halo, salam olahraga untuk seluruh pencinta futsal di Indonesia. Kami dari Morlan Futsal Club dan Series Futsal akan mengadakan giveaway di mana akan dipilih 15 pemenang. Masing-masing pemenang akan mendapatkan 1 jersey original dari Morlan Futsal Club. Syaratnya sangat gampang, langsung saja follow akun Instagram ini dan akan dipilih selama.
And this game has been end to end. This is George Sober bringing you in to the final moments of this game. It really, really is end to end. It's been a fabulous, fabulous affair. It's end to end stuff. Western coming forward now. Ah, it's very, very unlucky there. Really, really unlucky. It's fantastic bit of goalkeeping. And Hume will feel hard done by. They haven't quite managed to bring it back level yet. And I was just saying, Ethan, it really does feel like there's still all to play for.
It certainly is. Both teams are throwing the kitchen sink at it, and you can feel it, can't you, George? There's certainly something more in this.
Yeah, well, there's no goalkeeper at the minute. Hume really are going for it.
It's now or never for the Black Army, and Western United just need to keep themselves defensively solid in the dying embers of a fiery and ferocious game. Inside the final 2 minutes, Parthamos was able to steal away. Elias Parthamos can finish it. That is a beautiful goal. Elias Parthamos from inside his own half with a true perler. Goal scorer for Western United, number 6, Elias Parthamos.
Oh, that was unbelievable. I think that might be good night nurse there, Ethan, to be honest with you.
A Parthamos peach. And he took it with so much composure. He could have rushed, surveyed his options, realised his time, and it was a truly terrific finish. And if it is to be the winner for United, an amazing way to ice what has been an unbelievable contest. And Greg called into action as Angelatos tried to hack another effort towards goal. United appeals for a free kick, fall on deaf ears by the officials. As Kartambis took quickly, he had to go. Angelatos looked to dive in. Turkmen for Kartambis again. That goal remains vacant because it is now or never. Cicek. Turkmen. Dominguez looking to dart his way down the line. He has found Dominguez. Turkmen. Tried to roll for Cicek. It might fall for Dustazala. Kartambis on debut. Brilliant save, Greg again. He might go for goal himself, and it's just wide.
He was unlucky there, Greg. That would have really, really put the icing on the cake.
The cake is already iced. As far as Western United are concerned, they get an ever crucial 3 points. They were made to work. They did it the hard way. Hume were hurtling for a draw late on, but United kept their cool. And thanks to Elias Parthamos at the death from inside his own half, secured a crucial 3 points in order to keep their pursuit of Moreland alive. The gap is now 7 as it finishes Western United 4, Hume 2.
I like this man.
How are we looking, Josh? How are we looking? All right.
Got enough slack?
I'm here with the latest Black Army keeper, Vaskar Tambis. Obviously, you made your debut tonight, coming from New South Wales. What's the difference when it comes to playing in Series Futsal Victoria than how you played interstate?
Well, it's a lot more open. Just a lot more transitions on the ball, off the ball. Just following runners. It's a lot more open. You know, just the players playing. Yeah.
And obviously, having arrived in the week to come and join Hume as well, how have you adapted into the squad, and what was Adam Colleck's message to you before tonight's game?
Well, adapting was 10 minutes right before the game, so it was very hard, but Mr. Allen was very, very easy on me. He just told me to play my game, do the best I can, and I'm very good with my communication, so I just get the best out of it, just talking as much as I can.
And finally, an unfortunate result, obviously. What went wrong for you tonight? And now going into a 2-week break, where will you look to rebound from this?
Just a lot more communication. I know I like to talk a lot, but I think just communicating as much as possible is always the best. Try to limit the transitions that happen in the play, and yeah, just keep playing how we play, and the results will come.
Thank you so much for your time, mate. Testing 1, 2.
Hello.
I'm here with Elias Parthamos at Western United. Obviously, a really tumultuous week at the club with Aaron leaving. What was the vibe around the squad coming into this game tonight?
It was a good vibe. The boys are positive. The boys are. Whoever leaves, whoever comes in, we're here to do a job. We're here to come and win. Obviously, we thank Aaron for all the great work he's done for the club. He's been amazing, and good luck for at his new club at Fitzroy. And yeah, we just keep going week by week.
And obviously, tonight's game was a true arm wrestle. What was the message at each of those timeout breaks, and what was the crucial words in order to get you over the line?
Just control the game, and play at our own pace. We're playing at their pace. Control the game, man on man, defensive, and keep the ball, move the ball, and the chances will come. I think we did better, and we had moments where we did well, moments where we could have done better, but that's how we improve.
And obviously now you've got 2 weeks off. Do you think that may put a hold to the good momentum that you have built in this current period, and how does it set you up for the run-in?
I think it's good. I think it's good. We get a few more trainings in, gel together more as a team, and we keep working. It's been a great season so far, but it's still early days, so we can't get ahead of ourselves. There's still another 9-10 games, so we just got to keep pushing.
And one more question for you. Tyler Lewis, new signing in. How excited are you to have him come on board?
It's a great signing. I've played with him in the past with Fitzroy, and he's a great person, a great keeper, and I'm excited for him to get out there in the green and black.
Elias, thank you so much for your time.
Best cameraman in the game. Just trotting around in a forest shirt and shorts. You can't wear that shirt and not what you're doing. That is. Have you ever seen
Is that what accent is that?
English? London, yeah. East London. Yeah.
Thought it sounded good. Funny move on.
Yeah, I know. It's been taken over. How did you end up in Forest, man?
So, I was in England for Christmas, and I saw.
salam olahraga untuk seluruh pencinta futsal di Indonesia. Kami dari Morlan Futsal Club dan Series Futsal akan mengadakan giveaway di mana akan dipilih 15 pemenang. Masing-masing pemenang akan mendapatkan satu jersey original dari Morlan Futsal Club. Syaratnya sangat gampang, langsung saja follow akun Instagram ini dan akan dipilih selama 5 hari ke depan. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Let's go!
I grew up with low self-esteem. It was me and my mama, just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. You crew riding around in a Benzo. Red I'm in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive, but look at me now.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know as coaches that every day it's good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detailed, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
Welcome back to Darabin for the final game of the final round before Easter. Before a couple of weeks off for both teams, all sides, to be able to rest themselves up, to go again for a truly enthralling running where all is to play for. And Pascoe Vale will be hoping that their run-in coincides with a title charge. They got the win against Fitzroy for the first time in what felt like an eternity last week with a truly brilliant performance. It was a game they needed to answer a few critics and to pose a few questions and shift the narrative on them of their own. Carlton Hart, who despite being winless, have shown improvement in the last few weeks, certainly since their last bye break, but hopefully the week off doesn't reset any of that good work that has been done. Defensively has been their issue, and Pascoe Vale have loved to score a goal or two, but LaRocca and DeWood have shown signs, as well as Tom Harris up front, who's banged in the goals as the pivot. For Pascoe Vale, we saw the best of Michael Newen last week. He starred and is enjoying a much freer role thanks to the return of Arturo Diaz, who has showcased some class and quality at the back. On Evangelista and Yi also having a starring season, as well as Kevin Lamb. And here is Felipe Evangelista from Arturo Diaz as Pascoe Vale are trying to get things going early. Cute little 1-2, Newen. Lovely return for Evangelista, who got away from Ichigi. Shafei came and didn't get there. But in the end, Evangelista will run out of room. Ethan Rick here to take you home for this final game alongside George Soper. George, what have you made of tonight's action?
Oh, it's been fantastic from start to finish. I'm looking forward to this last game now.
As Evangelista can find Oscar Yi early, Shafei made a save. It breaks for Michael Newen, who rolled it back for Yi, and Paul Varenti cleared it anywhere. That was nearly an early heart attack for Carlton, as it just broke the way of Evangelista. Michael Newen did the right thing on the back heel. Oscar Yee's shot was smothered, but if that is anything to go on, these Lions are already prowling. Part of a Pride who certainly have got some of that back in recent weeks. And right now, a victory this evening, although it wouldn't change anything as far as the table is concerned, would keep them third, and it would move them closer to Moorland at the top, which is all important. As Yee rolls it back for Newen. Evangelista, it might break for him. Shafay ushered him out of play. And a couple of early chances for Pascoe Vale.
Yeah, Carlton look like they're not awake yet. I don't know what's going on at the back there.
Jarvis Jin came. Shafay went long for Achigi. Arturo Diaz tried to ease it as well. The narrative around Pascoe Vale seems to be shifting on a 7-day basis, as Achigi's ball is clipped for the Wood, who can't get anything on it. It is back towards a title charge right now. They may have had a look at second if results had gone their way. They will stay third with a victory, and it will be an all-important victory because momentum's a powerful thing. Obviously, Javaro Nepomuceno has left this side, gone to Fitzroy, but they seem to have coped okay without him so far. Diaz with a lovely ball. Michael Newen's in. Shafay made a super stop. He rolled it for Achigi quickly, and he tried to dance his way beyond Evangelista. Nothing was doing. But that was a breakneck move from Pascoe Vale. It was a blistering hit from Newen, and Shafay got his angles right.
Yeah, they need to be a little bit careful, Pascoe Vale. They don't get punched on the nose here.
Diaz for Oscar Yee. Back with Arturo Diaz. Now Newen. Yee. Worked the angle. Oscar Yee had a go. Paul Valenti in the way. And Pascoe Vale will have a corner.
Yeah, I mean, there's only one side in it so far. I mean, Carlton really need to get a foothold at the back here. It's going to be a cricket score.
Evangelista's take. Rolls it all the way out for Newen. Lovely ball to find Diaz. Evangelista continued his run. Paul Valenti once more, getting himself in between, potentially preventing more work for Shafay to do. Newen. Lovely ball. Evangelista. Back for Michael Newen. Tried to dance his way through. LaRocca came away with it. Got it through Evangelista. Him and DeWood tried to get on the break. Oscar Yee would get it anywhere. And right now for Pascoe Vale, it just lifts the pressure off as Carlton look to have a bit of a foray forward. DeWood's ball in. Paul Valenti. Pressed by Oscar Yee. And it may well truly stay in play for him. Paul Valenti tried to keep it going, but could only give away a corner.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think they really need to have a chat at the back, Carlton, because you can see a few tempers are flaring already.
Evangelista, Newen, Diaz. Lovely ball for Evangelista. Flary back flick. Power. Tried to find Achigi. Jarvis Jin came a long way. It deflected off Newen. There's a bit of a scramble for Pascoe Vale. Diaz sorts it out with devilish skill. Yee can now go the other way. Oscar Yee rolls in the opener. And from nearly conceding at one end, Pascoe Vale punished Carlton hard at the other. And Oscar Yee with a truly lovely finish.
Yeah, that was absolutely fantastic. Brilliant goal. Well deserved.
Goal scorer for Pascoe Vale, number 24, Oscar Yee. Two frantic counters. One with a mix-up between Jin and Newen, the other with Oscar Yee finding the back of the net. And Pascoe Vale have an early advantage on a night where returning third is so important for them. It would be a statement for their second half. Oscar Yee off to the perfect start. It was a beautiful finish as Jin gathers an effort from DeWood rather calmly. He's looking to release Yee quickly, but Paul Valenti's been busy early. That's another defensive block for him.
Yeah, I mean, Pascoe Vale, you can tell there's a real rhythm to their play. They're playing absolutely brilliant futsal at the minute.
Yee. Glohack was able to cut it out, returned it for Paul Valenti. Tried to find Power, who wasn't on the same wavelength, had a slip and a stumble. And they were champagne last week, Pascoe Vale. Did it the hard way. It was physical, it was feisty, it was ferocious. Between two of this league's most storied clubs, but they got the job done against Fitzroy. It was a truly massive win as he's looking to go on a Gallivant. He had a slip too. And in the end, Carlton Hart will be able to get away with one as he just worked a yard. Shafay to collect. Pulverenti. Now for DeWood. Gluhak pressed by Michael Newen. Evangelista comes away with it. Newen's continued his run. It might break his way. Gluhak was able to get in between. Shafei got there in the end to stop 2 Lions from pouncing. Gluhak. Pulverenti. Lovely ball, power. Pulverenti once more. Doesn't have many options. Power looked to continue his run. Couldn't keep it in play, as Arturo Diaz was happy to watch that one roll onto touch. But that press that Pasco Vale are initiating right now is so suffocating.
Yeah, I mean, Colton are trying to get out and they can't get a system going at all.
Evangelista. Diaz. Arturo Diaz works his way inside. Gluak came across. Diaz did well to keep it. Newen went the recycle route. Evangelista. Lovely ball. Oscar Yee, back for Evangelista. It is 2, and it is champagne futsal from Pasco Vale. A beautiful sweeping move finished by Felipe Evangelista, and that is Maurizio Novak's side at their best.
Yeah, that's absolutely brilliant stuff. There's only one side out there at the minute, Ethan.
Goal scorer for Pasco Vale, number 14, Felipe Evangelista. Beautiful. Simply beautiful. Evangelista did so well to skip by, did so well to find that ball. Oscar Yee perfect in keeping it. The roll was weighted to perfection and the finish was ferocious. It was ruthless. And already they have a 2-goal buffer as Kevin Lamb, Alison Lima, Victor Poblete and Chavinan are introduced. A complete reshuffle for those out on court. Lima. Now Arn, who was brilliant last week. Poblete. Back for Arn to have a go. He invited him on to hit it, but that one he got too much under.
Yeah, I just can't get my head around what Colton are trying to do at the minute. There's no system or anything going.
Kluak. Clip one, tried to get it away from Alison Lima. Appeals for handball. Would have been harsh if the call went against him. Klahak told to take it from the side. Harris. Hard stop scorer this season. Trying to dance his way by Lima. Looked to give Newen inside. Arn came away with it. Now rolls for Kevin Lamb. Piercing ball for Poblete. That's a brilliant header. And Chaffee with a super stop.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure he meant to do that, but it would have been a fabulous goal if it come off.
Improvised and nearly brilliant from Poblete. Does Pasco Vale give Carlton Hart their first free kick? Overzealous challenge on Newen. Pulverenti for Harris, who was sold short. Poblete made the challenge, couldn't keep it in play. But right now, there is a real smoothness to the way that Pasco Vale are going about business on court. Lima tried to go ahead with Gluhak. It came away to Arn. He goes alone instead of rolling Poblete. And Shavin Arn, that might be a golden opportunity for a third.
Yeah, I mean, at the minute, it's a question of how many they're going to score. They just cannot get out, Carlton. It's brilliant from Pasco Vale.
Pulverenti. Heartbreak for Carlton so far. Can they beat this Pasco Vale press? Harris. Ichigi. Now Pulverenti. Tried to find Harris again, but his ball was mishit. And Arn can reset for Pasco Vale. He uses Kevin Lamb. Tried to look for Poblete. Lamb kept going by himself. Newen stuck a foot in, as did Pulverenti. Poblete's clipping at his heels. Newen kept going until Alison Lima put a stop to him. Poblete kept that in nicely. Lima can now start the break. Arn's made the run. The touch too heavy, but it was a beautiful, incisive ball from Alison Lima.
Yeah, that was really, really unlucky there, Ethan. Really, really good stuff. Top futsal.
Harris resets for Hart, but Pasco Vale applying ample pressure. Harris is lobbed long, lovely ball to find Newen. Kevin Lamb will be the beneficiary. He'll let it run out of play. And right now, we've had 7 minutes that have flown by. Pasco Vale 2 to the good. As Lima for Lamb. Arn's burst inside. Lamb's trying to dance his way through them all. Harris left it for Chaffee. who gathered and looked to go long for Dawood. Poblete put a stop to it. Kevin Lamb came away with it. Lima recovered. Now Poblete once more. Harris left the foot in. Lamb. Lima. Lovely back heel. Lamb. Oh, it's gorgeous. On. Poblete. Skipped away from Harris. Lima. Lamb's on the switch. He chooses Kevin Lamb. Trying to fizz one to the back post. Newen put an end to it. Can Hart get one back on the break? Jarvis Gin and Alison Lima happy just to let it roll out. But Pascoe Vale are purring at the moment. This is some seriously impressive futsal. See how important momentum is. How important a massive win against your fiercest of rivals. As Lima looked to have a go, it nearly went through everybody. Hart nearly caught napping.
Yeah, that was really, really unlucky there. That was a fantastic effort from distance.
Dawood, Echigi. Pressed by Poblete. Dawood looked to try and find a way through. Nothing was doing. Lima. Pascoe Vale in complete control. Kevin Lamb. Lima once again. Lamb. He's got room to roam, and he rolls it in for Lima, who's stolen a yard. And Chaffee once again makes another smart stop. Came out quick and got his angles right as Ichigi's trying to drive Hart forward. Skip beyond Lima's press. Poblete stuck a foot in and came away with it. Victor Poblete, beautiful ball. Alison Lima, Chaffee again in the way.
Nah, he should have finished there. It was a golden opportunity for number 3.
Can Dawood get a goal on the break? Lamb put a stop to it, but Carlton Hart on their first real foray forward. George,
yeah,
the corner.
Yeah, I mean, they really need to get some sort of foothold in this game, Ethan, because at the minute, Pascoe Vale, I mean, they're dressed head to toe in black and they look absolutely slick. They look like a machine at the moment.
It is a Hart first corner. Can they blemish a clean sheet from here? Get themselves back into it. Dawood rolls it for LaRocca. Bit of a sighter. Drag from Alex LaRocca. Him and Dawood's link up has been such a positive for Carlton Hart this season. Two bright young things buzzing with the exuberance that is only available to youth. As Kevin Lamb looks to skip beyond Dawood. He went by 2. Kevin Lamb, Chaffee once more. He has made some superb saves. The only reason that Hearts currently are only 2 behind.
Yeah, the goalkeeper's been outstanding. He really has kept the score down.
Lima looking to twist and turn his way beyond Ichigi. Rolled it back for Poblete. Pascoe Vale calm. Poblete takes his time. Rolls it for Kevin Lamb. Poblete. On. It opens up for On. Faked the shot. Rolled it to Lamb. Lamb tried to give the return. LaRocca came away with it. Has 3 to beat. Alex LaRocca kept going. Poblete did beautifully once again on recovery. Now can he get by Dawood? He skipped his way along. Poblete kept going. Dawood stuck many a foot in and Pascoe Vale will retain possession. What a brilliantly bulldozing run from Victor Poblete, who takes it quick for Kevin Lamb. But in the end, it was too quick, and he's told to have another go.
Yeah, it was a great effort by Lamb, and just to point out, he's just been absolutely brilliant from the first whistle. Lamb has really stood out for me this game.
Kevin Lamb couldn't find a way beyond Dawood from Poblete's corner. But Pascoe Vale with a serious grip on proceedings. 10.5 until half-time. If he finds on. Lima. Face to face with Pulverenti. Now Kevin Lamb, shoving on again. Has Poblete indoors. He's now stolen a yard at the back stick. Arn looked to skip by. Pulverenti got in the way again. LaRocca's made a run down the line. Kevin Lamb has come to him. It's Alex LaRocca. He ran out of room before flashing across the face. But is that where Carlton Hart might look to have some joy?
Yeah, I mean, they've got to try and catch him on the break because there's only one side playing futsal at the minute, and it's certainly not Carlton.
Lamb for Lima. They've dazzled so far, Pascoe Vale. Kuradate for Poblete. Back with Kuradate. Takes his time. Lima. Pressed by Glohac. Kuradate flung a foot out. Glohac found LaRocca and Jarvis Chin made a smart save. Came out and made himself big. LaRocca's trying to keep it going. Rolls it for Dawood. Switches on for Pulverenti. Back with Dawood. LaRocca had another go, and that one wasn't far away either.
Yeah, finally, there's a bit of spirit coming from Carlton there. They're not going to take this line down, but they really need to get a little bit closer to goal.
LaRocca with a couple of teasing hits. He's looked liveliest for those in blue and white so far as Lam for a reinstated Arturo Diaz. Kuradate. Poblete's drifted for him, chooses Diaz instead. Now Kevin Lam skips his way beyond LaRocca. Lam's cut back. Kuradate couldn't get the finishing touch, but in the end, Pulverenti was able to get a clearance. Lam will take from the side. Diaz. Kuradate. Arturo Diaz. Kuradate once more. Diaz, can they find a 1-2? Scoops it for Poblete. Pulverenti once more. Got in the way of it. It is safe to say as well, Chaffee's been busy. He's made a few brilliant saves, George, but Pulverenti, in fairness, has done his fair share of defensive work.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And you watch what Kevin Lam will do next. He's been absolutely marvellous. He's just coming forward again here now.
Diaz. Kuradate. Poblete. Pasco Vale playing some precise futsal. Kuradate down the line. Trying to skip inside Pulverenti. Glak got in the way. At the moment, despite being opened up twice early, the hard defensive shape has looked relatively solid since. A couple of beautiful saves from Chaffee to boot as well. But Pasco Vale are having it all their own way, and Kuradate turned it goalwards. Pulverenti and Chaffee able to get in the way of it, but the warning signs are still there that they switch off for a second and that switch is flicked.
Yeah, that was a marvellous save. He really is keeping them in the game at the moment.
Pulverenti for Kevin Lam! That was a fierce hit. It was nearly a thunderous strike from Kevin Lam, who has dictated proceedings since coming on. Glahak with a nice chest down. Power looked to drive down the line. Couldn't find a ball back to Newen and ran out of room in the process with Jin able to collect.
Yeah, I mean, they're not out of this at all, Carlton. You can see there's a little bit of spark in some of their play, but they've got to be more consistent when they do get the ball.
Newen looking to gain that early control back. Diaz. Lovely ball for Jimenez, who'd stolen a yard on Pulverenti. Looked to give Diaz back, but ran out of room. And it allows Hart to reset. It's been a harrowing start for Carlton Hart. Pasco Vale, borderline perfect, you would have to say. They've kept possession calmly, taken the chances have come their way, created more, and if it wasn't for Chaffee, may already be out of sight as Newen. Pulverenti looking to clip it long. Diaz and Jin once again in no rush to see it out and restart things for Pasco Vale. Inside the final 8 minutes prior to half-time, it has been a first half where Pasco Vale have well and truly been in command. It's Diaz, Newen, Diaz. Lovely ball for Jimenez. Newen's continued his run. Looked to find him. Chaffee spilled. Newen went round him, but Chaffee recovered with a super foot out.
I mean, the man between the sticks, he's working absolute miracles at the minute. He's a one-man defence.
Newen looked to tiptoe his way around him with so much tenacity. But Chaffee did superbly again as Kuradate and Jimenez having the press on Newen. Gluak came away with it. Pulverenti. Carlton Hart need to lower some heart rates out there. Pulverenti's ball for power down the line. Couldn't find him. Diaz rolls it for Newen. Lovely ball for Jimenez. Pressed by Pulverenti. Newen comes away with it. He uses Diaz. So much coolness about these two and the way they operated last week in particular. Pivotal. Kuradate looked to spin away. Couldn't get beyond Gluak. He recycled nicely for Pulverenti. Powers looked to go. Newen put a stop to it. Kuradate may come away with it. Back to Newen. Lovely ball for Jimenez. Michael Newen, that is a belter! A piercing Pasco Vale third, and Michael Newen hit that with serious venom. Goal scorer for Pasco Vale, number 5, Michael Newen.
No, that was an absolute rocket there, and they're 3 up, and I'll tell you what, it could be double figures at this rate. Only one team here tonight.
Super strike. Shades of last week in the way it was set up. And Maurizio Novak, despite being 3 up, is not letting off the tactical side of it. Lovely dummy from Jimenez. Diaz. Jimenez continued his run. Diaz's ball couldn't quite find him. This is some seriously outrageous futsal that Pasco Vale are playing right now. Kluak and Pulverenti. Hart said they need a foot in this game. They hardly have a toe. As Pasco Vale are playing with a point to prove. Nguyen for Diaz. Jimenez. Lovely ball down the line. Looking to turn was Pereira. Nguyen. Diaz once again. Gorgeous ball indoors. They try and make it work. Nguyen was the one who came away with it. And in the end, Jimenez won it back. He's got Arturo Diaz, played it behind him, and Pulverenti cleared.
Oh, he's really unlucky there. That was a beautiful, beautiful move. It should have been 4, really.
Nguyen looking to kickstart another attack. Trying to roll it in for Arturo Diaz, who'd gone off the far post too early. But once again, you see the creativity and you see the fearlessness that this side is playing with at the moment. How do Carlton try and get themselves back into it?
I don't know. I think they need to have a conversation about team shape and what they're trying to do. I mean, they're just getting bullied left, right and centre at the moment.
Dilwood looked to clip Nguyen in, but his ball came to nobody. And Michael Nguyen and Pasco Vale will take their time in returning. Diaz. Jimenez. Back with Arturo Diaz. Now Nguyen. Such a calmness. Lovely ball. Jimenez. Nguyen. Diaz. Pereira. Tried to steal a yard. Chigi did very well to nip in. And win the ball back for Hart. Dilwood. Harris, who's been quiet. Rolls it back for Chigi. And obviously Carlton Hart, who had the bye last week. We are hoping that the week off doesn't impact them negatively, but right now it's been a slow start out of the blocks. Harris is looking to quicken that up. His ball to Dilwood went underfoot. Nguyen and Jimenez tried to work their way through the press. Michael Nguyen, beautiful move. Jimenez. Diaz. Nguyen, who's dropped very deep, smashing ball to Pereira. Jimenez went beyond him. Nguyen hit the deck behind play. He's back up now and finds Arturo Diaz. Lovely switch of play for Pereira and Jimenez. That is a super goal. Beautiful. From start to finish, patience and possession personified, and Pasco Vale have 4. Goal scorer for Pasco Vale, number 3, Joaquin Jimenez.
Well, as you said before, Ethan, I mean, it really is champagne futsal. From one side and the other team, it's Brownell defending. 4-0 up.
Beautiful. Such a marvellous move. And Jimenez did the right thing in stealing in. Pereira could have blazed away, but rolled it to him instead with so much intelligence. And the Hart well and truly carved open. As back with the raging ball. Lovely ball to find Nguyen down the line. These two. Nguyen sold Diaz short. Nguyen had a look. And Jarvis Chin. These two. Nguyen sold Diaz short. Nguyen had a look. And Jarvis Chin's first action is to make a brilliant save. Diaz came away with it again. Rolled it for Michael Nguyen. Clipped down the line for Pereira. Achigi once more stole in. That is a huge opportunity for Carlton Hart to try and get themselves some life.
Yeah, they need to get something back in this game at the moment because they really are sinking and sinking rapidly.
4.5 minutes till half time in a first half which has flown by, but it has been a Pasco Vale procession. 4 to the good. And playing some serious futsal. Carlton Hart haven't quite come to it yet. There's a Chigi for Nguyen. Diaz at his back. A Chigi once more, this time pressed by Pereira. Dilwood tried to work LaRocque around the corner. That press just far too strong. And Nguyen can restart proceedings. Jimenez back with Michael Nguyen. Lovely ball. Diaz. Jimenez. Pereira. Pasco Vale just keeping things calm. Michael Nguyen, it may open up for him. Had a flash, but it was just over the bar. But they need to close that down because Michael Nguyen possesses such a threat.
Yeah, I mean, they're all having a pop at the moment. I think they all believe they can get on the score sheet.
Chaffe's long ball for LaRocca. Didn't have a lot. There's Nguyen. Diaz. Back for Michael Nguyen. Pereira. Michael Nguyen, well and truly the engine room, the machine of this side. Diaz tried to clip Jimenez in round the corner. Chose to go back to Jin. Jimenez. Diaz. Nguyen. Lovely move. Jimenez dummies for Diaz. Tried to roll it to Pereira at the back post. They worked that so well. They worked the angle and the movement. Such a fluidity to the way that they're playing, and you just feel, and it's been that way since kickoff, Hart have not been able to keep up.
Yeah, it's been really, really beautiful. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch Pascoe Vale from the first whistle.
Towards Nguyen advancing, Jin off his line quickly to make the save. Smart gather and goes to Nguyen straight away. Pressed by Tim Nguyen, who pulled him down in the end. And Pascoe Vale will have a free kick. Is frustration boiling over?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they just haven't got an answer at the moment, so a little bit of a temper flare there.
And another full house rotation from Maurizio Novak. Arm, Poblete, Yi and Lima back out on court. On. Evangelista. Yi, lovely touch for Chavinan, who looked to give it back to Oscar Yi. LaRocca came to press. He looked back for Evangelista, but the ball had too much on it. Carlton Hart have it from the side. Deeper into Pascoe Vale territory. LaRocca looking to take. Achigi acting as a pivot. Pulverenti. Dawood. LaRocca. Lovely ball inside for Achigi, who's trying to twist and turn his way beyond Oscar Yi and Chavinan. Couldn't get past San on the press, who kept it in. Dawood stuck a leg out, and Pascoe Vale will keep possession. But better from Carlton Hart.
Yeah, I mean they're trying, but you can really just the gap in quality is screaming at the moment, and just the ability to rotate players at will like Pascoe Vale are. They're a brilliant squad.
On Lima. Evangelista. Skips beyond LaRocca, who recovered well. But right now, inside the final 3 minutes of the first half, which, despite its one-sided nature, has gone by rather quickly. Oscar Yi ventures forward and crashes the post. Pulverenti can't get it clear the first time. He is able to the second. Lima was hot on his case. Jarvis Jin's come a long way. LaRocca's looking to turn and go, but the Pascoe Vale #1 gets away with one where he didn't quite get full contact. Dawood looked to roll for LaRocca. Arndt can now go on the break. Oscar Yi's advanced. Instead he chooses to go home for Evangelista. But Jarvis Jin came a long way there. Didn't quite get all of it, but he was lucky.
Yeah, that was a little bit more luck than judgment, but I mean, it's just nothing's going for Carlton at the minute. They didn't even get that.
Arndt wins a corner for Pascoe Vale. Not long remaining in a first half where they have been imperious. Evangelista has a hit. It soars over the bar. Of course, it's been a brilliant night of futsal here in Darabin.
Yeah, it's been absolutely brilliant. Thoroughly enjoyed it, and it's been, and to be honest, Pascoe Vale coming in at the end have really, really impressed me. They just look slick. They were well organised. A marvellous, marvellous outfit to watch.
What's been your pick of the games tonight?
I think the one we just saw. I mean, Western and Hume, that could have gone either way. That was a real tussle.
Two sides of immense quality who played out an arm wrestle. If you've just joined us, Western United did beat Hume to close the gap to Moreland to 7 points. Fitzroy winning the earlier game to for now sit third. However, they will return to fourth as Pascoe Vale are 4 up inside the first half, and Carlton Hart have hardly laid a glove on him. Evangelista for Alison Lima, look to play an on. This might come for Aidan Power. Jarvis Jin with so much calm and composure, and then to pick Evangelista too. That is brilliant goalkeeping from him. So quickly off his line, and Lima finds Yi. Arndt's broken to the back post, but that was terrific judgment this time round.
Yeah, he got it right. I mean, I think he's showing off a little bit there. I think they're enjoying themselves now, Pascoe Vale.
Evangelista. Oscar Yi, who started it all with an early goal. Evangelista smashing ball. Arndt tried to poke one towards Lima. Gloak came away with it. It breaks for Aidan Power, who rolled to the back stick. However, no one at all was home. .90 seconds until the break. Pascoe prolific, all right. As Alison Lima and on. Lima continued his run. It's rolled for Felipe Evangelisto. Flashed it wide. He hit it sweet, but he just couldn't quite get it on target.
Yeah, he was unlucky there. I mean, there's been some fabulous efforts from distance tonight. One of them's going to go in eventually.
Paul Varenti. To Wood. He's looked to have a go himself. That one's speculative. And half-time in Darabin. It has been an incredibly one-sided opening period. Pascoe Vale have played some of the good stuff, some of their best as they look to keep the strong momentum they built last week going. Carlton Heart simply do not have an answer, and half-time, it is Carlton Heart 0, Pascoe Vale 4.
Halo, salam olahraga untuk seluruh pencinta futsal di Indonesia. Kami dari Morlan Futsal Club dan Series Futsal akan mengadakan giveaway di mana akan dipilih 15 pemenang. Masing-masing pemenang akan mendapatkan satu jersey original dari Morlan Futsal Club. Syaratnya sangat gampang, langsung saja follow akun Instagram ini dan akan dipilih selama 5 hari ke depan. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Let's go!
I grew up with low self-esteem. Was me and my mama, just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. The crew riding around in a benzo. Ready to I'm in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive, but look at me now.
We return from a half-time break in Darabin for a second half, which currently Pascoe Vale hold the utmost of advantages. 4-0 in front and have played some serious futsal in the opening half. If you did catch any of that at half-time, well, maybe not just the hairdryer, but the entire bathroom being thrown at the Carlton Heart team by manager Tim Harris, as their first half performance left quite a fair bit to be desired. George, what have you made of it?
Well, I think he pretty much gave him the whole house there in one go. I mean, we almost got blown out the front. But, yeah, I mean, he's made his point known, and Carlton, they've got to something, really need to offer something soon.
Kenichigi and Harris with La Rocca, maybe give them that thing. Arturo Diaz for Poblete, Kevin Lamb. Different rotations of 5 Pascoe Vale have used throughout this evening. Oscar Yee also out there on court. Jarvis Shin's been the one constant in between the sticks, no surprise there. As Kevin Lamb with a big recovery as Achiki looks to break away. It is well and truly Carlton Hearts to try and come and make a game of. Newen. Harris. Stopped on it by Oscar Yee. Shafay once again. That's a superb save from someone who's having a super game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, without him, we would really be in double figures already. He's been absolutely fantastic between the sticks.
Smart stop down low at the expense of the second half's first corner. Diaz to take. Looked to roll it in for Kevin Lamb. Shafay claims and got it going beautifully to LaRocca. That's a lovely loft. And LaRocca kept it in. Tried to fire at Jarvis Gin's near post, but in the end couldn't get it on target.
Yeah, they've had a go. I mean, but every time they've come forward, even in the first half, they don't look like scoring. It's just no creativity at the minute.
Lamb. Diaz. Lovely return for Kevin Lamb, who had a stumble and still managed to kind of come away with it. LaRocca then lifted it away from him. It's Alex LaRocca. Beautiful save. Breaks for Harris. And Carlton Hart have one back, thanks to Tom Harris, as always. Goal scorer for Carlton Hart, number 23, Tom Harris. Lovely. A simply lovely finish to the first real move Carlton Hart have had to come to any fruition this evening. My word, he took that well when needed.
Yeah, we all know what Harris can do, and he just made it known there again.
Lamb's ball for Poblete, and Pascoe Vale with an instant hit back. A beautiful run from Kevin Lamb. The lofted ball was wonderful, and Victor Poblete just stole in at the back stick to make sure that Harris's strike is cancelled out as soon as possible. Goal scorer for Pascoe Vale, number 23, Victor Poblete.
Oh, that was probably the shortest lived comeback I've ever seen, but it's not over till it's over. Pascoe Vale just look ruthless, so they've just stepped out of gear straight away. 5-1.
It was a lovely finish from Poblete, great move. Arturo Diaz's little clip just into that space, so inviting for Kevin Lamb. And here is Poblete once more. Lamb. Poblete nearly made a meal of it, but they work it out in the end. Diaz searching for Lamb once again. Arturo Diaz might go himself. Look to clip it into the back post. Once again, Carlton Hart carved open, but Diaz couldn't apply the finish.
Yeah, he was unlucky there. I mean, that was some fabulous futsal. They're really turning it on tonight.
Shafay rolls for Newen. Dawood. Echigi. Dawood once again. LaRocca. Clip one in for Newen. That was a nice ball. Echigi with a lovely return. Lamb got up tallest. Poblete came away with it. Rolled it for Kevin Lamb again. Skip beyond Shafay. Rolled it, tried to get Poblete in. And Dawood with a lovely defensive recovery.
Yeah, he's been brilliant, Lamb. He really has. He was unlucky. It should have been 6. That should have been 6.
Nearly was 6 through Yee's hit. Dawood once more comes away with it. Newen. LaRocca's made a darting run as the pivot. His ball couldn't really find him, and Diaz happy to usher him out of play. Now for Pascoe Vale. Obviously, they lost Javaro Nepomuceno. He joined Fitzroy in the week. Bit of news that maybe went under the radar in terms of all the transfers they've made. However, the Lions are yet to make a splash in the market. Since the Chachi boys happy with what they've acquired, and right now, why wouldn't you be with the way they're playing? Lamb from Poblete, who skipped beyond LaRocca. Trying to turn away from Echigi. Poblete for Oscar Yee, flashed across the face. Beautiful pirouette from Poblete, and the sharpest of turns, the trickiest of footwork. But once again, the finish not there.
Yeah, for me, they just look like they're going to score every single time they get near the opposition's goal. They look just marvellous, absolutely marvellous, Pascoe Vale.
Diaz with the header. Pulverenti and Poblete had a clash. Poblete came away to Wood with the clearance. But right now, Hearts are up against it. It's Dawood. LaRocca. For Armand Dawood. Such a young side. Really thrown into it as Oscar Yee makes a smart challenge on Echigi. The one thing they do have going for them, Carlton Hart, is this side is incredibly young. They will only get better, and I promise you this is not the best they've shown in the past few weeks. They've been seriously close to a result. However, right now, this is a serious learning curve, and Lamb nearly made it 6. But, George, for those young guys out there at the moment, what do you think they need to show in order just, maybe not to get back into it, but just to get a couple of goals?
Well, I think they just need to trust in their own abilities. They're obviously here for a reason. They need to keep the ball down and let the futsal do the work. But at the minute, they just look like a deer in headlights.
Chigi bodied Yi beautifully. Pulverenti came away with it. Smashing ball, nearly tried to find it. Couple of light deflections, one off Lam, then off Arturo Diaz. And Jarvis Jin goes long looking for Lam. Pulverenti tried to get up, couldn't quite jump the header. Got a flick on it. Then it may not matter. Ball lifted towards Arturo Diaz!
Jesus.
That was nearly the most special of strikes.
God, that was absolutely magnificent. What a finish. That would have been the goal of the night, unquestionably.
That could have been goal of the season had it found the net. But the crossbar is still reverberating. LaRocca's ball picked off by Kevin Lam, who's trying to skip his way through. He's enjoying himself. Poblete from Diaz. Clips it for Oscar Yi. That's a brilliant chest. For Kevin Lam, tried to roll it to Poblete. Gluhak might be able to come away with it. Pulverenti told him to calm down. They roll it for DeWood. Pulverenti. Gluhak. DeWood. That's nicely worked from Carlton Hart to evade the Pasco Vale press. Armand DeWood. Pulverenti. LaRocca. Trying to provide a calm on it, having just been rattled by a ferocious strike from a raging bull. It might break for LaRocca. It opened up for him to have a hit. And it's a chance once again.
Yeah, they need to start taking them. I mean, they really, really haven't had much to shout about so far this evening.
Lam. Diaz. Lovely ball. Poblete left it for Lam, who didn't advance further. And LaRocca is happy to mop up. He has Gluak if he chooses. Ran into Poblete, who won it back for Diaz. Oscar Yi. Poblete. Oh, lovely bit of footwork. Victor Poblete tried to get it to Kevin Lam. Instead had to body LaRocca. Rolled it back for Oscar Yi. Now Arturo Diaz again. Poblete. Lovely switch. Lam and Diaz wanting to get in on the act. Diaz. Yi. Back with Arturo Diaz. Smashing ball for Poblete. Oscar Yi's continued. That's a lovely loft, and Chaffee read it beautifully. Came and claimed confidently.
Yeah, it was a good bit of play there, and I'm trying to think how Colton are going to get back into this game, Ethan. They're trying to get some sort of momentum going, but it's really a slog at the moment.
Pulverenti. LaRocca's stolen a march. Jarvis Jin came and got there as LaRocca went sliding in.
Oh yeah, that could have been nasty. Really, no malicious intent at all. But both players, they got away with that one there. That could have been really messy.
It's never good when you see someone dive like that, is it?
Yeah. You really could see that everyone was a little bit concerned there the way they was going to land.
Both carrying on well. Gluak might be able to have a hit. Poblete got in the way. It breaks for DeWood. Harris. Solitary heart goal scorer. Pulverenti. Trying to work an angle. Gluak. Armand DeWood, he might as well have a go. Looked to roll it for Harris. Michael Newen came away with it. Diaz. Poblete. Newen. Has Lam or uses Arturo Diaz, who'd stolen a yard. Diaz had two to beat. Pulverenti and Harris. It breaks for Tom Harris. Jarvis Jin came flying out. Got an important touch on it. And Harris in the end ran out of room.
Yeah, I mean, you can really see it, the confidence comes from the man between the sticks. He's really pushing everyone up. He's confident to come out, makes decisions quickly.
Lam couldn't find a way beyond Harris this time. Newen. Lovely ball, Poblete. Newen again. Harris trying to apply some pressure and in the end applied enough that Michael Newen ran out of room. Newen might break for him. Kevin Lam, look for the return, and Newen couldn't turn it goalwards. Hart getting away with one. Well and truly. DeWood, who got it from Gluak, looks to clip it into Harris. Can he turn Jimenez? Jimenez has stayed with him. Harris had a go, and Jarvis Jin made a smart save.
I think as well, something that's coming up for me is you mentioned before the age gap, and they just look physically bigger. It looks like men against boys out there at the minute.
Cotton Hart corner, Dawood's take, only as far as Michael Newen. Lima stuck a leg out. Shafei's happy to watch it trickle all the way back to him. Quick roll for Gluak. Dawood. Gluak once more. Harris. Can he find a way beyond Lima? Tom Harris trying to have a shot. And Alison Lima dives into a lovely challenge.
Yeah, I think that shows you the mentality. They celebrated that challenge more than they did the goal, so it tells you everything you need to know about Pascoe Vale.
Dawood's take. Harris to have another hit. Jarvis Jim with a nice stop. Quickly rolls for Jimenez. Lima. Poblete, skip beyond Pulverenti. It's Victor Poblete who tried the chip. Gluak blocked it and Shafei covered. And last time these two met, it was a proper shootout. Finished 16-8 in a 24-goal thriller in Darebin. It's not quite following the same script this evening.
I think we've got a man down here, Ethan.
We do. Shafei might have worn something in that last save. Ginger to get up, isn't he? We hope he's okay. He looks to be all right, back up on his feet. And not moving too badly. Making sure that mobility is still there. His night may not be done just yet.
Oh, I wouldn't bet against it.
Jimenez. Poblete. Nearly found Lima. Newen. Back with Jimenez again. Turned away from Harris, who tried to pick his pocket. Newen recovered all of it, and Jarvis Jin just hacked it clear. Anywhere would do on that clearance, but Harris, you see that press, it is a lot better, and it's causing a couple of mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, there's something there. I mean, you can tell Harris is doing the best he can, but I mean, just everyone else around him, he's trying to do everything at the minute for Carlton.
Dawood, Pulverenti. Lovely ball to find Newen. Harris has stolen a yard. Poblete got on the switch to Dawood. Lima. Can Pascoe Vale break now? Alison Lima for Victor Poblete, and Joaquin Jimenez cleared by Pulverenti.
Yeah, it was a marvellous clearance there. I mean, it's only a matter of time before they get another one the way it's going. It just looked really, really slick and well organised.
Lima. Newen back with Lima. Jimenez just hacked it clear. They dived into that challenge with Newen rather strongly. But right now, this game is well and truly at a simmer. You can feel it. As Pulverenti finds Dawood. Cotton Hart running out of answers, running out of options, and running out of time if they are to salvage something from this game. And Pascoe Vale to find Poblete long. He took it down nicely. Pulverenti and Harris to beat. Rolled it all the way back for Jimenez. Now Poblete again. Oh, a lovely clip. Jimenez looking to run onto it, but Dawood stole in. He's had a couple of impressive touches tonight, Armand Dawood. I know he's had a relatively quiet first half, but this second half he's come a lot more to life.
Yeah, you can see it. You can definitely see his play's improved as the game's gone on. It's not over yet. We know anything can change in futsal as much as Carlton have struggled.
Newen did well to keep that in. Jin refines Michael Newen. Now Jimenez. Options are plenty. Ah, lovely. Skip by Pulverenti with such ease. Jimenez for Michael Newen. Tried to roll it to Lima. Dawood came away with it. And he now gives to Harris, who's going to run out of room on his touch and stumble into Alison Lima.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you can see Carlton, the heart and the spirits there. I think maybe they've just met their match tonight a little bit in Pascoe Vale. A bit more experience, well-oiled machine.
Lima. Newen. Back with Alison Lima. Jimenez, that's a smashing ball for Joaquin Jimenez. Ichigi made the block and Shafei dived on together.
Such a shame, it was a fabulous effort.
Beautiful ball. And Harris is clipped round the corner for Newen. Jin came a long way. Nearly ran himself into trouble. Sold Michael Newen short. Tim may have a go. Michael Newen dived in twice and Tom Harris rolled it wide.
Well, he got away with one there. Got a little bit too confident for his own good. Very, very, very lucky.
Jimenez. Michael Newen. Lima tried to dummy it for Jimenez. The invention's there. The run is still there for Pascoe Vale. They are not letting up at all right now. And what's become a rather quiet end to the night in Darebin is La Rocca. Newen. Dawood. Ichigi assessing his options, tried to clip one in for Newen, just a touch too tall. But all in all, for this Carlton Hearts side, do you think at the moment, especially with the sustained minutes they've had, giving all of these younger lads a real run out is good for them, even when the scoreline's like this, but maybe in less of a hostile environment?
Yeah, they'll definitely learn from it. I mean, you can only get better, but it'll teach them mentality-wise what they need to do to be successful, because Pasco Val are really setting the mark here.
Pereira, Jimenez, Lima, smashing ball, Pereira, lovely turn, Shafay super save. Dawood tried to get it to Ichigi, who left it behind, rolled all the way back for Jin. Now Lima. Pereira couldn't get beyond Newen. Ichigi can work an angle. He had a drive towards Jin's goal, nothing doing. Jarvis Jin picked it up straight away, looked to go long. Dawood got up. Newen might be able to go the other way. He waited for Armand Dawood, and Michael Newen put in.
Nearly took us out of that shot.
Wouldn't be the first time. I think the cameraman's more in jeopardy than the commentary team right now.
He's still going strong. Yep, he's all good. He's good as gold.
Ethan Stone, our camera up, as Ichigi bears down on goal and wins a free kick. No stranger to having to pick one out of his gantry. That one certainly arrowed in towards him. There's Aidan Power. Re-enters court, as does Gluak. Carlton Hart free kick. Inside the final 10 minutes of this second half. Can Ichigi get a second? And if he does, maybe, just maybe, you never know. It's Ichigi's free kick. Jarvis Jin got in the way beautifully. Gluak had the follow-up. Jin dived and saved superbly. Quickly rolling to Jimenez. Now Alison Lima. Jimenez, Newen. Clipped it wide of La Rocca. Pereira ran out of room on his touch. Gluak will reset. But Jarvis Jin, that was terrific goalkeeping. He made two top saves to keep it at 5-1. And Gluak has sold power short. Lima had a go. Shafay made another scintillating save. My word, he's been called into some action.
Yeah, he has, and as well to his opposite number, Jarvis Jin. I think they've both impressed me tonight. They really have both done their respective jobs very, very well.
Alison Lima from the side, and you don't often hear that when one team's conceded 5. Jimenez looked to roll in Pereira, but Shafay has starred, albeit in an effort where Carlton Hard have certainly been second best so far. There's Paul Varenti. Restarting from the side. Harris back out on court. Ichigi, that's a nice touch. Jimenez at his back. He skipped by two of them with lovely determination. Ichigi kept going. Jarvis Jin again made the save. He looked to go long straight away for Pereira, who once again can't quite take his touchdown.
Yeah, I think as well, the thing that's impressed me so much as Jin is his play out from the back. He's just with his hands, with his feet. He's got everything moving for Pasco Val.
Certainly crucial is Jarvis Jin. He's been good in between the sticks this evening, albeit hasn't had a lot to do, but when called upon has made some brilliant saves as Newen nearly sold Evangelista short, who had to clip it out of play. And just looking ahead, George, when we come back from a bit of a 2-week break, Western United have got Fitzroy, but for Pasco Vale, they've got their biggest test of their credentials yet. Since they've got renewed vigour in a title race, they face the leaders Moorland. Is tonight a sign that there is a serious statement of intent there?
It is and it isn't. I mean, it's really tough to tell. I mean, I don't want to keep picking them apart, but Colton have just not been here at all tonight, so I don't know if Pasco Vale will be playing the same sort of futsal in that game, but we shall certainly see. If they've made a statement with what they're up against, that's all they've been able to do.
Evangelista for Lima. Back for Felipe Evangelista. Ichigi stole in. Newen's trying to chase him on the return. Comes all the way out to Tom Harris, who now has 2 and 3 to beat. Alison Lima got a foot in beautifully. He's looking to skip his way beyond. Harris, Lima with a lovely turn. Tried to square it for Evangelista. Shafay dived on it and was able to recover. He rolled quickly for Ichigi. Carlton Hart nearly caught out as Felipe Evangelista, who has bags of energy, has forced the cheeky to run it out of play, although it did ricochet off his own boot. And obviously for Carlton Hart too, their next game is against Hume, which you feel may well and truly be, given the Black Army have already got a win, took it up to Western United tonight. This is a genuine 6-pointer for them. This might be their season on the line.
Yeah, I mean, to be perfectly honest, if you watch the game against Western, you wouldn't have thought Hume were the worst side. It was a very, very tight affair. I mean, on tonight's evidence, I think Hume would absolutely blow Carlton away.
Two very big fixtures for both of these sides coming right up. Western United face Fitzroy in the other game, which is a massive clash in and of itself, given recent transfer activity. Aaron Yu made the switch. He is now a Tiger, and he did well in his first game, only conceded 2. As Wood had a go, Jarvis Jim made a save. Carlton Hart have a corner out of nowhere, but it's another smart stop from the Pascoe Vale number 1.
Yeah, I think Jim might have hurt himself a little bit there.
Never a week goes by where Jarvis Jin does not move gingerly. As a froth mop is called out on court for the first time this evening. And we will have a break in play. Carlton Hart corner upon resumption. Potentially not. Maybe a Pascoe Vale ball.
It's flown by, this game, compared to the other. It's absolutely flown by.
Jin for Arn. Evangelista. Kuradate. Now Michael Newen has 2 to beat. Kuradate is just broken away over on this near side. And he is found. Shavin on. Michael Newen. Arn, it's such a composed build-up as Evangelista. Newen's continued his run. Michael Newen tried the chip, couldn't get anything on it. Shafay once again smothered well. It's another super stop.
Yeah, he's done really, really well. I mean, I don't know about double. He stopped it being from triple digits tonight.
Paul Varenti for the Wood. Evangelista in the way. But all in all, it's been impressive for Pascoe Vale. I know we've touched on Carlton's shortcomings this evening, as Harris might be able to spin Kuradate. He did beautifully the first time, then the second. Harris has run himself into a cul-de-sac. Does win a corner from it. But we talk about Carlton and their shortcomings this evening. How good have Pascoe Vale been?
Yeah, they've been really, really fabulous. And the thing is, as well, you can see it, what stood out for me. It sounds like a silly thing to pick out, but when they made a tackle, they celebrated more than one of the goals. I mean, you can tell there's a team, there's a system. Everyone knows what they're meant to be doing.
And also on that as well, I mean, it's a huge game for them in 2 weeks' time. This may define their season. If they are to title challenge, or if they are to continue to be part of the chasing pack. Obviously, the Chargy boys want a title charge. They've been very vocal about that. But if they are to beat Moreland next week, how would they do that? Would it require similar to this evening, or would they have to go up yet another gear?
Well, I think they'll probably have to go up another gear, but just do more of what they've been doing tonight. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch.
Kuradate with a hit. Shafé made the save. Yi followed in. To Wood there to clear once more. As Pascoe Vale are just trying to keep it rolling. Evangelista's corner, taken out to Chavanon, rolled into Oski. Evangelista looked for the return. Yi had a stab at goal. It came away to Harris. Kuradate tried to turn and tackle all in one. Harris broke away with it. Oh man, Dawood hit the post. That has been Carlton Hart's best look since they clawed one back.
Yeah, when it's not your night, it's not your night. They're really unlucky there. Evangelista
For Arn. Felipe, oh, that's smashing. Lovely ball to find Arn. Yi's at the back post. Arn sat the Wood down. Oscar Yi makes it 6. That is a wonderful Pascoe Vale move. Simply brilliant. And they have played some scintillating futsal tonight. Goal scorer for Pascoe Vale, number 24, Oscar Yi.
Absolute poetry in motion. That absolute pleasure to watch.
Gorgeous futsal. Not for the first time. as on, and they may be looking to apply a 7th. Kurodate wants to get in amongst it. He's taken a bit wide. He sat the wood down 2 before running out of room. So much pace and trickery about this side. And they have just under 7 minutes to see how many more they could add. Ichigi, Newen, Ichigi, once more. The wood. Look to find Newen. Evangelista picked his pocket. Kurodate came away with it. Kurodate skipped by 2. And Shafei made another absolutely brilliant save. And my word, he got down quick.
Yeah, some really tricky feet there. It was unlucky not to have had another one to tonight's tally. Really unlucky there.
Evangelista's corner. Seemingly to no one. It's fizz towards those in attendance. Carlton Hart will reset. Harris back out on court. DeWood makes way. Ichigi's take, Harris's clip. Evangelista cut it out well. Ichigi came away with it, tried to break one over the top for LaRocca. Harris. Tried to roll one in, on read it best. Chavinon could go on his own here, a lovely amazing run. Tried to skip by Harris. Newen tried to apply the press. Harris came away with it. Tom Harris, Jin made the save the first and second time. Another brilliant bit of goalkeeping.
Yeah, I know he scored already, but it's not happened for Harris tonight, has it? I mean, he's been unlucky there, but we should have done better, really.
Harris's corner, LaRocca. Ball across, Jin got his angles perfectly right. Kurodate may want to break away. As Evangelista back, lovely bit of footwork, and found Evangelista, who breezed by the first line of press. Face to face with Ichigi. Felipe Evangelista, lovely ball inside to on. Newen and Harris won it off him. It is Tom Harris trying to skip by Kurodate, had a stab, and Jarvis Jin happy to push wide for a corner. As there is an accumulative foul. Haven't had many of those in this game. It's been rather clean. It's been a rather clean evening. Hume and Western had some heavier challenges, but it was nothing simply sinister. And in this game, possession has been the word as it's rolled by Newen for LaRocca. Arn's away, he's got Yi who's hat-trick hunting. Arn couldn't find him. Kurodate also tried to get it away, but Tom Harris was once again there in the way. Another rotation. Diaz, Lima, Kevin Lamb out as the 5th man. And Michael Newen also back on court. Diaz. Evangelista. Rolled it for Newen. All the way back for Arturo Diaz. Taking his time. Newen. Diaz. Evangelista. Cutting inside. Diaz. Kevin Lamb's first touch is the 5th. Back to Arturo Diaz. Newen. Pascovel, beautiful ball. Lima. All the way back to Arturo Diaz, who switches for Evangelista. Who had a go! Newen wanted it indoors. Lima tried to scorpion it towards the net. But that is the first taste of a Pascovel 5th. We haven't seen it often from them this season. It's a rather new experiment as DeWood looks to find Harris, who's got Newen. Lima then joined in for company. Tom Harris worked it well for Tim Newen. Arturo Diaz dived in beautifully. Harris in to win it back, had a hit. And Jarvis Jin caught with imperious confidence.
No, he's been absolutely outstanding tonight. Really, really, really impressive.
As Lamb is back out, Diaz fights him with a wonderful ball. That is out of this world. Scintillating 7 for Pascoe Vale. And it is finished with the most beautiful calmness at the back post. What a wonderful goal that was. Their futsal at its best, and they might not be. Evangelista. Diaz. Evangelista once more. Beautiful goal.
It's been an absolutely phenomenal evening. I think that was the best goal of the lot. I just can't get out of the minute. Cannot get out of the minute, Carlton. Purring now, Pascoe Vale. Purring as the game chugs along. It's another one for Pasco Val. Absolute pleasure.
Just do this one.
Goal scorer for Pasco Vale, number 14, Felipe Evangelista. Beauty. Rolled in an eighth. A quick fire double as Harris is looking to pull one back for Hart. As if they didn't need a 1-2 punch, they went and provided one anyway. Pasco Vale at their best. The Wood tried to read it. It might break for Harris. Evangelista picked his pocket. Power looked to dive in. Did so brilliantly. Evangelista came away with it. Arturo Diaz. Kevin Lamb back out once again. Lima with a lovely flick. Harris having none of it. DeWood had a hit. And Arturo Diaz with a determined stop.
Yeah, I'll tell you who stood out for me tonight as well is Lima. That was a lovely little bit of play there. He's been brilliant, the number 8. Really, really has. Shone all the way through the game.
He's kept his composure. Brings such a calm to this Pasco Vale outfit is Gluak for Armand DeWood. Gin, that's a beautiful stop. Flying away to his right. And got a strong palm to it. Power. Harris. DeWood. Back with Harris, lovely turn. Face to face with Evangelista, rolled it inside for Power, who had Lima and Newen to beat. Alison Lima picked his pocket, has Michael Newen. Lovely roll from Lima, rolled it for Newen, who gave it in back. It is lovely. They are having fun out there, and it is yet more beautiful futsal. Goal scorer for Pasco Vale, number 5, Michael Newen. Hit across the line before Lima turned it in. Michael Newen with the finishing touch to another glorious move, and he's on the breakaway again. Has Evangelista. He rolled it to him. They look to give another one too. Harris cut it out. Lima looked to clip over. Harris just bulldozed his way by him. DeWood came away with it. And Harris goes into the book for his descent and for his overzealousness.
Yeah, I mean, he's just lost it there. You can understand why. I mean, if this was a boxing match, it would have been stopped ages ago.
And a timeout will be called by Pasco Vale on this break in play 2. As Tom Harris has, just as we've seen it, received the second yellow for dissent and is walking. Unbelievable scenes in Darabin. Tom Harris sent off at a timeout break as Pasco Vale leads Carlton Heart by 9-1.
Win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
Maybe the final time we return from a timeout this evening. If you've just missed it, Tom Harris saw red. As the referee clarifies. 2 bookings, both for dissent. It goes from bad to worse for Carlton Heart. The red mist, as Adam Palombi calls it, descending on Darabin. As Arturo Diaz. For Evangelista, Diaz tried to fly one into Michael Newen. Would have been a smashing ball, but George, they've been brilliant tonight.
Yeah, I mean, you can't fault anything They've been perfect from start to finish. It's been an absolute joy to watch them. A treat, an absolute treat on this Friday night.
Dawood and Diaz looking to apply the press. They might want double digits, see if they can snaffle one before full time. For Pascoe Vale, it'll be a return to third, all right, in the most emphatic fashion possible. For Carlton Hart, they've already reached triple figures for goals conceded this season and are staring down the mire of yet another long run-in in a battle against relegation. The Hume games now become genuine 6-pointers, and they need 6 from 6 from their 2 remaining. As Lamb down the line for Lima, to Wood in the way. But I mean, defensively, they've been all at sea. Not just tonight, but this season. 100 goals conceded already. How did they even try to shore that up?
Well, I think, to be honest, they're lucky they didn't concede 100 goals tonight. I mean, it's just been one side just totally playing a different sport altogether. They need to do something. They really need to regroup over the Easter break.
Lamb for Diaz. Back with Kevin Lamb. Does he fancy one as the 5th? Lima. Arturo Diaz. Newen. They're just winding down the clock. Soaking up the seconds. Diaz. Evangelista for Diaz once more. Lovely from Newen. They flicked the switch. In the end, Dawood comes away with it. LaRocca got in the way of the goal. Lamb did beautifully to keep it in. Diaz came away with it, tried to roll in Michael Newen. LaRocca had a hit and flashed just wide for what would be yet another spectacular goal from distance.
Yeah, that would have been a lovely consolation, but wasn't meant to be. They just have not had one thing go their way tonight, Carlton. Absolutely no luck whatsoever.
Jarvis Jin may well be done for the evening. As Oscar Yee. Diaz, he's still hat-trick hunting. He might have a hit, tried to drag one. Lima looked to turn it in. Newen came away with it, rolled it back for Kevin Lamb. He's pressed by Newen. Diaz, Yee, skipped inside. Arturo Diaz looked at Lima. That is a wonderful 10th. Double digits on the back of a devastating performance, and found in the most delightful way possible. It was a dream Diaz ball, and Lima with a luscious finish. Goal scorer for Pascoe Vale, number 8, Alison Lima. Their 10th of the eve. Each one more terrific than the last. As Dawood kept it in play, tried to skip around. LaRocca, they look for a consolation. It's squared. It may come for a Chigi, who crashed against the post. Half a minute. Dying embers, well and truly. Flames may have been extinguished from Carlton Hart a long time ago, but Pascoe Vale will roar into the night. The Lions prowling their way back into third. Pouncing devastatingly as Jarvis Jin now out as 5th. He adventures, lovely from Diaz. Newen won't get the chance to add another, but it will not be needed. It was a Pascoe Vale demolition job. Momentum's a powerful thing in this game, and they are well and truly riding the most tidal of waves. They're back into third, and as we leave you for an Easter break, it is Pascoe Vale 10, Carlton Hart 1 in a prolific finale.
Here in Australia, there are good players, so they have to work hard, and maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
I'm here with Carl. Really tough result to take tonight for your side. It didn't really go your way. How are you feeling at the moment?
Look, not great, but we had a good week of training, to be honest. We had 2 good games from the last 2 weeks, and I thought we could carry the momentum back, but it is what it is, to be honest. Like, we'll look forward to next week against Hume.
Obviously, you had the bye, then you came back, and now a 2-week break before a big match against Hume. How much has that stop-starty, chop and change schedule impacted your team's ability to gel and be able to get some momentum going?
Yeah, a little bit. Like, I think the most important thing is we're having different players each week, so we always have to adapt and change, and it'd be great if we just had the same players each week so we could really build that chemistry. But the stop-start, it really does impact it, yeah.
And obviously a massive 6-pointer against Hume. Next time you're out on court, what will the preparation be in the 2 weeks to prepare you for what is a must-win game?
Yeah, I think we'll definitely look back on this game, see what we did wrong, which is obviously a lot, and then we'll work on it in training, and hopefully we can implement it for the Hume game.
One more question, any shout-outs?
Shout out Conco.
Thank you so much for your time.
Seluruh pencinta futsal di Indonesia, kami dari Moreland Futsal Club dan Series Futsal akan mengadakan giveaway, di mana akan dipilih 15 pemenang. Masing-masing pemenang akan mendapatkan 1 jersey original dari Moreland Futsal Club. Syaratnya sangat gampang, langsung saja follow akun Instagram ini dan akan dipilih selama 5 hari ke depan. Jadi tunggu apa lagi?
Pascovel's Aiden Charchi. Aiden, obviously an emphatic victory this evening. How powerful is that wave of momentum and how did you ride it into this week?
The boys are all G'd up. The boys are happy. They came into training this week after a win against Fitzroy. They're all happy. They all wanted to win. They came out to play. And now we've got this 2-week break and we verse Moreland, so we'll see how we can go.
And obviously you mentioned the 2-week break. The transfer window is open. Are Pascovel looking to make any moves in this winter window?
At this point in time, I don't think so. The team's solid. The boys are all happy playing together. All the young boys are coming in, playing hard. I don't think we need much more.
And obviously you mentioned a massive game against Moreland the next time you're back out on court. The win against Fitzroy and such a dominant display tonight. How much momentum and how good of a stead does that have you looking towards the next 2 weeks, and how does it set you up for the run-in and the end of the season?
The boys are all playing hard. We're going to go into these 2 weeks, train hard, get good sessions in, and we'll see what we can do with Moreland.
Thank you so much for your time. Congratulations.
And that's all done. We are clear. All right, let's go.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player because in futsal play very fast, really fast. And you have a space. They have to enjoy the game.
Well, what did you play, mate? Hello, mate.
Football, basketball, tennis. It's a game, so they have to enjoy. They know that we know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detailed, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have I don't anymore, but I did. You can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or other countries. There are good levels here in Australia, there are good players, so they have to work hard and maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
You should wait for the interview on Sunday, Peter. Yeah, this is good. Stay true.
That's good. I like that.